Are we live? Are we live?
Are live, Dan. Welcome one. Welcome all.
Yeah, baby.
The national championship is going to kick off here in a matter of moments. I am one of two affable hosts this evening. My name is Ty Hildebrandt, that guy on the other side of the screen. Dan Rubenstein, you've got my handle at the bottom. Maybe you could put yours up there as well in case people are interested in what's this guy's story. We've got our ticker going at the bottom, telling you a little bit more about our deal. The Solid Verbal, we're a college football podcast. We broadcast year round. You can go to our YouTube channel and find out a lot more about us in the description. Just click on the link. You can also go to solidverbal.com. You can also go to verballers.com, which is our Patreon. We offer all sorts of bonus stuff, including the live recording, the video recording. As soon as this game's over, you and I are going to hit stop on this. We're going to hit start on another stream that we're going to do. Go deep into the night. We're going to recap. We're going to react to this game as it happens once it happens. So we'd encourage you all to check that out if you like the cut of our jib. But Dan, what do you got in front of you from a drink standpoint? Because I've got Das Boot. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. I am drinking a 10.5% beer, and I am ready to celebrate.
10.5?
It's 10.5. Yeah, it's a rude elf reserve here.
I wouldn't make it through the first quarter.
I'm nursing it, Dan.
I've got a local Chicago Pilsner, 5.5.
Okay.
5.5, cut in half. A Rev Pills, and it's delicious. Shout out Cass, shout out Connor, shout out Mark, shout out Chris, shout out Wes, James, DJ, David. We got a lot of people tuning in. Get in the comments, tell us your thoughts on the game, ask questions. This is a long stream. I reserve the right to cut it if the game gets out of hand and we lose things to talk about. Now we have guests that we're going to bring in here. I've been texting with people. We're going to bring in some people and maybe just randomly shoot people the stream link. But man, I don't know. If this game is 38-13, either team, early third quarter.
We're talking about the James Webb Telescope is what we're doing at that point.
I mean, I will give pizza fermentation tips. I will talk about child rearing, average child rearing. Average skill, not average children. I'll talk anything. We'll go on and on like we are calling a Milwaukee Brewers game in mid-August. Be like, well, says he's from Waukegan. Yeah, we'll do that. But no, I think this game's gonna be fun. I think this game's gonna be competitive and interesting.
So right now, you and I are watching via our YouTube TV, and ESPN is flashing up their main telecast. There's a film room. There's a coach's room. They've got like 8 different ways you can watch this game. Right now, they're doing what appears to be some sort of drone fly-through outside of Lucas Oil Stadium.
Yep.
Lucas Oil Stadium, by the way, in Indianapolis, it's cold there. Maybe not as cold as it is where you're at in Chicago, but Lucas Oil Stadium, one of 4 retractable domes in the United States. There was a bit of a hashtag open the roof campaign, which I'm glad they're not doing because it's 2 teams from the South. That just wouldn't be fun for them, though. Maybe it will be fun for us. The over-under in this game is 52.5. The point spread, at least at time of near kickoff, now mere minutes away, is Georgia -3. You are on the Georgia side, if only because you're a hopeless romantic. I am on the Alabama side because I don't believe in giving Nick Saban points in a national championship game.
I'm with you.
You still have about maybe 10 minutes to change your mind and go a different direction. But you seem to be standing pretty pat. We did a pregame show for our Patreon for Ballers, and you seem to be holding firm on that prediction.
Do we make any more money if we're both right? Do we get paid bonuses if we pick this game correctly as a duo?
I've got a sizable bet for me.
Oh, okay.
A sizable bet on Alabama plus the 3. So I did put my money where my mouth is.
Okay. Yeah, I'm too lazy to go to a casino like Buy O'Hare to register my phone, which is what you have to do here. So I did not wager on this game. Yeah, I'm okay with picking Georgia. I'm totally okay with the favorite against Alabama in this spot in Indianapolis winning this game. And I am a romantic in that it'd just be a cool story. Now, I understand people don't like Georgia football. I understand people don't like Georgia football fans, but it would be a cool breakthrough story. A team that's been so close so many times before, and you go back to the close calls against Alabama, both in the championship game and games like last season, games like the Aaron Murray SEC championship game, games like the SEC championship game a couple of years ago where Jalen Hurts is the one bailing out an injured Tua instead of the other way around. Like, there is that element of like, is Georgia going to break through? Would that be cool? It would be cool for a new story to be written. The thing that's less cool is we saw this matchup a month ago.
Yeah.
The thing is, this is not two teams on a collision course all year. This is two teams already colliding, and we saw the result of the collision. So that's the other side of things. But I'm still sticking with Georgia here because of the defense, because of their ability on offense to find playmakers, and Brock Bowers and James White out wide. Like, all of those things have me seduced enough to say Georgia has the game planning advantage because they know what didn't work, right? They know what Alabama did to succeed, and they know what they did to not succeed, especially on defense. So they're the ones that I think have the intellectual leverage that what is the tinker? What is the tweak? I'm sticking by that with Georgia right now, that in this chess match, there is that they're the holders of the bigger unknown.
Okay. So here is the deal. This is
Okay.
going to be a long stream.
Yes.
We would encourage you all, whether you're watching on YouTube, whether you're watching on Facebook, whether you're watching on Twitter, wherever it is, we may find you. Thank you for stopping on by this madness. Hopefully we can hang out in your second screen for a while as this game gets into the nitty gritty. Follow us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. We've got all sorts of college football stuff that we'll be doing throughout the calendar year, even in the off season.
Yeah.
In the meantime, as Dan said earlier, we are going to be bringing in some guests to help us dissect everything that you watch on your other screen, presumably on your other screen. And please don't hesitate to comment again, wherever you're watching, because we have a big old dialogue here. We can flash up any comments on the screen as we see fit. So as they come in, doesn't matter what platform you're watching on, Dan and I, we can throw those comments up on the screen if it's something that we find interesting.
Can we broadcast this game without the express written consent of the Disney Corporation? Is that something we're willing to pursue and risk?
We need legal counsel to help us on that one, Dan. I'm not sure. So to the point, here we go from Mike. Appreciate you guys. Always a highlight of my day, week to listen to your content. Mike throwing in $5. Wow.
Love it, Mike. What are we doing with all this money that people are tipping us? By the way, if you want your question or comment read, definitely tip us. Where does all this money go? Is this go to a fund? Are we making money on this?
I think that's the way.
No, like, are we like collecting interest? Like, are we stashing this away? Is this in a money market account? All of these tips? No.
Right.
Yes.
Right. There've only been a handful of them this year, so
that's true.
It's earned about 0.5 cent in interest over the last 6 months.
Okay. Hi, guys. I'm watching the game on a perfectly legal stream in the UK at 1:10 a.m. Steve.
Welcome, Steve. Welcome. That's a fan.
Thank you for abiding by the law. Thank you. Yeah, it's a fan. I don't know. Somebody's singing something. I don't know if it's the national anthem right now. She seems intense. Who is that? Do you know who that is? Did you catch a name? It's a lovely looking blonde woman, and I don't know her name. Maybe I'm just out of touch.
Yeah, I've got it on mute. I've got the captions running at the moment.
Yeah.
There is an intensity. By the way, what is that camera effect that they keep doing?
I hate it so much. The portrait mode, the fake bokeh. Yeah. Natalie Grant.
What is that? Why did CBS started doing that, right?
Yeah, I think they're in the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. Yep.
But why?
I don't know. Because people like it. I don't know. I never heard anybody complain about TV cameras before.
See, I originally thought that they were doing that weird camera shot as like a 4K thing.
Right.
That if you could see it in 4K, that it would look awesome.
Right.
You'd have the background blurred out. You get like this ultra.
But it's a software thing. It's not an actual optical thing.
Yeah. And then somebody told me that I was wrong.
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with any of that. And it's just like portrait mode.
Right.
Why?
I don't know. I know where this is going into a very dorky place. They're 8K cameras, apparently. They're 8K shots. But I'm not. Are you watching on an 8K TV?
No, I'm watching on a I think this might be an HD monitor.
Yeah. This is my wife's TV from New York that I put in my office, this little office room here. No, it just, I don't know. It's not my thing. Yeah, it does look video gamey. You're right, DJ, who dropped that in the comments. It looks video gamey. Okay, so now we have like, why Alabama gets the cool laser walk-in and Georgia does not at the moment. Owen said it was an insane national anthem. I don't know if Owen means that she was like insanely talented or she just sang it in Portuguese. I don't know what she did.
By the way, we got one here from Xavier. Thanks for all the podcasts and videos. You guys are the best. Thank you, Xavier.
Boom, Xavier.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you very much.
Got
Thank
the
you for
Stanley
stopping
Cup
by.
in his car.
Oh my gosh. Look at this guy. Tell us more in the comments about that Stanley Cup. Thank you for stopping by, everybody, and celebrating this evening with us, regardless of the fact that it's a rematch, regardless of the fact that, you know, maybe it's not the matchup that everybody wanted between two SEC teams.
Right.
Hey, this is the capstone. C. Ken P, what up, baby?
Yeah, buddy.
They turn it yellow, apparently, when you give
$10. I don't know. I think you're throwing out a subtle challenge for somebody to get to 20.
If you got a genie wish to transport any two college football teams from any era to come play this game instead of the two that we have tonight, who do you pick? Woo!
Okay, so for pure offensive fireworks, we haven't seen an offensive team like the 2019 LSU team, right? And defensively, they were still really good. Who would they take on for the most entertaining possible game?
Well, I mean,
because they've already beaten a pretty electric Clemson Trevor Lawrence team.
Are you a fan of crazy shootouts and like 85 total points, or are you more a fan of, you know, the unstoppable force against the immovable object?
Oh God, they're doing the weird. They have like the weird animated Kirby Smart doing American Ninja Warrior.
Oh God.
Oh my God. And this is, you know what? This is a good example of like, you know what? Maybe this just isn't for us. Maybe people are super into it and it's just beyond us. I would take, so who's that other team? Who's that other complete team with an electric quarterback who could hang with 2019 LSU? That's my question. If there's an Alabama team that like strikes your fancy, but we saw a really good Alabama team lose. You know, Tua was hurt, but
yeah. Richard says animated.
Somebody give us an answer.
Okay,
how about 2004 USC? Matt Leinart, they had a really strong defense. Reggie Bush, I think Dwayne Jarrett.
I would love to. Well, that would be interesting. I'd love to see Vince Young again in one of those games. I mean, Vince Young was unstoppable.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'll go. What was it? 04, 05 Texas.
05 Texas. All right. I'll either go 04 USC. Somebody said 2020 Bama, which is, I don't know. It's it. Yes, it was Mac Jones and not Tua.
We're trying to get away from Bama, guys.
Yeah, I'd like in the spirit of this question that you asked and not me. I'm going to say 2004 USC, who just trounced Oklahoma in that national championship game.
I got another one here.
Another Xavier.
You got another Xavier here coming in hot. Got in a car accident. And when I went to the police station, someone in Chicago had his day with the cup walk out as I was leaving. So I was able to get a picture with. Okay.
Amazing. Sorry about the car accident.
Sorry. I hope you're okay. But that's an awesome story. Thank you, Xavier.
I would love to hang out with the Stanley Cup. What are people saying, by the way? 2004 Texas.
2003 Miami is a good answer. Thank you.
2012 A&M. They started out slow when Johnny Manziel was new, but yeah, they finished pretty strong, and I think they also murdered Oklahoma.
Old Nebraska teams could control the clock. Maybe like Tommy Frazier. Nebraska. I have a hard time comparing eras that are so drastically different.
Even going to 2004 USC, I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know if they met in an alternate realm where it just sort of averaged out all of the talent and strategies, and everybody kind of was programmed with a chip that made them understand the spread and all that. If that's the realm we're dealing with, I'm going to stick with USC 2004 as the opponent for 2019 LSU.
So it looks like we're getting just about settled here for kickoff. I'm watching on YouTube TV. You're watching on YouTube TV.
Correct. Should we time this up? What do we do?
Over the course of this broadcast, we're going to need to make sure that we're synced up as best we can. So
what are you seeing right now?
I see a group of Alabama fans with pom-poms, an
Yep,
older
same.
gentleman with a rather eccentric
Oh yeah, I see
Bama
Will Anderson.
jacket.
I think we're good. You see Will
Okay.
Anderson. You see Fadarian Mathis, Bryce Young.
Yep.
Okay, all right. I think we're pretty aligned here. That worked
I
out
think we're
well.
doing okay. Please do write in the comments. Let us know how you're watching. Let us know your watch situation. Are you watching with people? You're eating anything special? Are you
Yeah.
drinking anything special? We'd like to know all of this. We're going to be here for the duration of this football game, which is maybe we'll take a break at halftime.
Adam Stutz wants to know if the soundboard is up. You know what? I actually added something to the soundboard when I mentioned Jim Knowles as Knowles MD, and I have the House MD theme song. All right, I have a kickoff.
We have kickoff. Bama is getting the ball first. We've got a touchback. I'm not going to do play-by-play here, but as they're showing on the screen, it is important to, again, call out the year that Bryce Young has had. 4,500 passing yards, 46 touchdowns, just 5 interceptions. So as a freshman, that's pretty damn good. There's a reason he won the Heisman as a freshman. That's a pretty damn good campaign.
Agree.
Andrew says, Verballerhood Unite, Sally and I say hello from Taco Mac in Atlanta. We have a great game. Stay splid.
Say splid.
Thank you.
Splid. Lovely
Thank you,
picture, Andrew, with looks to be a significant other or just a well-adjusted mistress who feels very comfortable. I don't know. I believe
very
that's
cool. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for stopping by.
It's wonderful.
All right. So here we go.
A little toss. You're watching it with us.
You're watching it with us. This is what you get.
Oh, man. I've done a couple of these before. We've done a couple of these before.
We've done a lot of these before. The second screen experience does not require us to talk the entire time.
No.
How
you feeling with that 10%?
Oh, I'm fine. I just drank a smidge of it so far.
Oh, man. I'm feeling, I had salty pizza, had beer. I'm going to hydrate a little bit. Oh, okay. I got first down.
Third down play. First third down of the game. Slade Bolton coming out of, I call him Bolton. It's Bolden. It's
I got my college football playoff Yeti.
Not related to Michael. Very simple, easy throw.
Sure.
Easy throw for a first down.
5
wide for Bama.
Tide, lean in. Do the full play-by-play. Don't half it. By the way, my pizza tonight, just incredible.
Hey, they finally got to Bryce Young.
Was that a fumble?
Oh,
he was able to. It looks like a fumble. I didn't see his hand go forward. It's ruled a touchdown on the field.
Okay.
Spicy. Jordan Davis.
Okay.
We talked about this a little bit.
We did talk about this a lot. This
Georgia
is a big deal.
Needing to vary things up. Ruled touch. Did you see his arm going forward?
Dude, I didn't even see the ball. I didn't know what happened there. So they ruled it a touchdown on the field. Obviously, they're going to review this. I'm dying to see a replay.
I don't think he was moving forward with his arm. Watch this. I think he just kind of lost it. Jordan Davis comes in.
Ooh.
Like, well, you think he just beep, beep. You think it was one of these?
Look, he's trying to throw. Ooh, that's going to be interesting.
Okay, so
I think they're going to rule that an incomplete pass, don't you?
Yeah, they probably will. But I think that goes against the spirit of things. Like, he's just throwing it into the ground. It'll be intentional grounding. There was nobody there.
You'll take grounding, though.
Of course you will. Yeah, it's sort of tuck ruley. That's what Zach's tossing in there. Oh, man.
What's interesting, after all the hand-wringing after the Auburn game about the right side of Alabama's offensive line, they came into that Georgia game, the SEC title game, a month ago, and the right side of the line, no problem.
Right.
No issues. That was the right side of the line. They ran a little bit of a stunt there.
Let's see. It was right side, but Jordan Davis is lined up at the 0, right? Isn't he? He's lined up over the nose, lined up over the center. I mean,
comes in right over the right hand, over the right guard. over a stunt there. Wow.
Okay, so I think that should be a fumble, but it actually is a forward pass.
It looks like he's trying to throw it, right?
He flips it. He flicks it, right? Yes. No, he's following through. I hate it, but that is at best an incomplete pass. At worst, it's probably a intentional grounding.
Joe thinks he's losing control of the ball. Yeah, wow.
Oh man. I don't think that's going back for a touchdown. I just don't.
David says he'd pay an extra 20 for his Patreon subscription if I got just one Ty and Dan full commentary for any game throughout the year. Oh my gosh. It's definitely not worth that much, David, but thank you. You're very kind.
Yeah.
Adam says may not even be grounding. Williams is right there. Yeah. Incomplete pass.
Yeah.
Is officially
because Williams was right there. Apparently, somebody posted in the comments. Yeah, thank you guys because we don't have volume on because that would probably be some sort of copyright issue to stream the audio or have it on in the background for this long. But yeah, yeah.
So a bit of a fortuitous break,
and you saw the ball spiral a little bit, indicating some sort of very very light throw.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's incomplete. I yeah, it's hard.
And that's why he's the Heisman Trophy winner, Dan.
Yeah, I guess so. If Jordan Davis did that to me, I would be space dust. That would be the end of me.
2nd and 10 after all that. And you know what's going to happen now? He's going to hit Jamison Williams
downfield
on a burner.
Yeah.
Or like a 55-yard touchdown pass. That's what happens next. That's how this story always ends for Alabama.
A lot of confusion. Looks like they're all lined up. They're set. They're dropping into zone.
Woo!
Oh man, we got our first failed hurdle of the game.
That was sort of failed, wasn't it?
Yep. They're playing tempo.
It seems they are.
It's good blocking. Yeah, Darian Kendrick didn't even. Yep, tempo. All right. Okay. Georgia's got to get off the field, man. Alabama's springy. So Nolan Smith, former number 1 overall player, number 1 overall recruit. Oh man.
I love that Georgia's got a kid named Amir Speed at cornerback. Perfect. Is that my boy Latu? There he is, baby.
I think so, yeah. What was his over-under?
For the playoff game, the over-under was 16.5 for him. He hit the under. He only got to 12 or 13 yards receiving, but he did have the touchdown. So my bet would have been the touchdown. I couldn't bet it. I wanted to bet it.
Yeah.
But let's play along. If you've got any props, please post them.
Yeah, post your prop of choice. It's still early.
In the comments. We'll believe you. It's not too late.
All right, Georgia getting small on 3rd and 1. Pulling off some of the beef. Small, quote unquote.
Oh, good play.
I love that.
Love that play.
Yeah, they had, I think it was hat on hat outside. They had. Right. Yeah, they motioned him out. And they read Nakobe, right? Yeah.
Then it's just a matter of getting to the edge.
Yep. Oh, man.
Mama H is watching. She says hello.
Oh, what's up, Mama H?
The crowd is 60-40 in favor of Georgia.
Is Mama H there?
Broadcast. She is not there, no.
Our woman on the street.
That's right.
All right, more Slade.
Slade Bolden.
All right, we had for Adam saying his first score prop is Bama field goal. Total under 25.5. Gus. Over under 5 Mechie on crutches shots. Ooh, I might take the over there. I guess it depends. Depends on the tenor of the game.
I'm gonna tell you something about those types of props.
Okay,
and it's important going into the Super Bowl because they always have those. Bet the under on all of those props. Bet the under on any of those props where they talk about how many times will
so and so cut to
the Queen of England be referenced, or how many times will they show Carson Wentz. Always take the under. It never happens as much as they think. They can never set a line on it. So whatever the line is on Mechie, I'm going under. If that's a real line.
All right.
Always go under. Rule to live by.
Did you find out or find something for dinner? You said a bunch of places were closed by.
I cooked. Yeah, I had to cook some homemade turkey burgers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Bringing some heat. How many? 6? 6? 7? Bringing 6. Oh, one
boy.
dropped off. There you go. Oh, you can't let them get there.
Mm.
Oh, good play.
That looked like a little Overstorm Brave from back in the old NCAA 14 days.
Yeah.
You remember that play?
Of course.
I believe it was Overstorm Brave. That was the play.
Who fell out? Who dropped out? Was it a lineman or a...
Oh, it was the linebacker.
No, it was a linebacker, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So they audibled him to a hot route, to a spy zone, a yellow zone.
He had his hands on. It wasn't turned. It wasn't too dramatic, but okay. May have gotten away with something a little bit, but I'm glad they didn't call it. I'm just curious to see what kind of games they play up front. Georgia. How many guys they bring, twisting, stunting. Okay, there's 5. They had that quick screen. Good play in the open field, though.
A lot of quick stuff, getting their guys in space. And Georgia did a lot of this against Michigan.
Yeah.
A lot of that against Michigan. So,
well, here is also
pretty familiar.
Yeah. It also sets up later in the game where you have that pump on the screen and then pump and go kind of thing where the other guy in the slots. That's back foot. He's all right. He's a little jittery. Bryce.
So who was the dude who had first score Alabama field goal?
I think it was Adam.
Adam. All right.
Yeah.
Team Adam right here.
Will Reichard. I see his name. I say Rashal. Okay. Bill
O'Brien dropping some F-bombs up there.
Yeah.
Hello, old friend. All right, come on. No jitters here.
Is Bill O'Brien both over and underrated at the same time?
Did it go through? There we go, Adam. All right. I hope you bet like $1,000, Adam. Good for you. All right.
Where's B.O.B. from? Where's B.O.B. from?
B.O.B.?
My guess would be New Jersey, but I don't really know.
No, he's from Massachusetts.
He's from Mass? Right? I knew, yeah.
He's from Boston.
Okay. Yeah. Bill O'Brien is rated, according to Zach Shackelford. Right? He's overrated in that what he did at Houston was atrocious as a GM, right? But also he took like kind of underwhelming Houston rosters to the playoff a bunch of times, right? And what he did at Penn State was obviously impressive given the constraints on that roster. And I've questioned some of his play calling at Alabama, but yeah, overrated and underrated. He is simply Bill O'Brien.
Yeah. I'm not sure how I feel about a lot of this talk that Bill O'Brien could be a candidate for any college opening. You know where I stand on that. I saw that the Jaguars apparently want to interview him. And why wouldn't you after how well it went in Houston? But
I mean, if he's just the coach,
I guess. I don't know. It just went so poorly. He
traded who? DeAndre Hopkins and Laramie Tunsil?
Yeah.
Or did he trade? Yeah. He traded. He traded. He traded for Laramie Tunsil and traded a bunch of picks, I think.
He definitely traded away Nuke Hopkins. That I know.
Right. Yeah. I told you this. I watched my first mostly full NFL game yesterday. It was pretty entertaining. The Rams and Niners. I had a good time.
Are you still a Niners fan?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, so I watched my first Niners game of the season yesterday, but that's if I were to pick a team. That's who. Yeah, it was for David Johnson. Is who Hopkins is traded for.
Will you get into the playoffs when the Niners are playing?
Yeah. I watch Niner playoff games. It's just on Sundays I'm so exhausted, and I fully ignore my family on Saturdays that Sundays are family time. All right. I texted a potential guest who agreed to come on. We'll see if it happens. Okay. We have California Pizza Kitchen is one of the best cheap frozen pizzas. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good frozen pizza. I haven't gotten frozen pizza in a long time because I've been making so many, but decent enough. It's better than not eating, I would say. You can blurb me on that. Brian wants to know what you're drinking, Ty.
I am drinking a Rude Elf's Reserve. Here, let me see if I can change the camera here. There you go. I did the little CBS 8K trick. Rude Elf's Reserve. It's 10%. It's a local.
It's your 8K trick.
Yeah, I did the 8K trick.
Yeah.
It's a local brew here. I'm drinking it out of a boot that I got from I got this as a gift from the Von Trapp Brewing place in Stowe, Vermont. And, I always thought it was kind of funny. You've seen Beer Fest, the movie, right? You've seen that movie, Dan.
Yeah, of course.
I always thought it was kind of funny when they talk about Das Boot and the bubble, and like the whole thing is about, not to give spoilers away, but the whole thing's about how can they do the Beer Fest, the contest at the end, without having the bubble just sort of like explode in their face. I did not know that that was a real thing. And on one of our streams, like a month ago, I was drinking out of this thing and the bubble almost got me. And so I've now been made aware of the fact that you either need to keep the tip of the boot down or off on the side, just not up. Because if you've got it up, then you don't know what's going to happen to you. Little pro tip.
Our incoming guest said that they will come by in a bit. So incoming, but not this moment.
Okay.
All right. Well, not a great start.
No. Well, we welcome new
For the Georgia offense.
new viewers to this. We've got a bunch more that just decided to hop on. We appreciate you stopping by, watching some of this game with us. Alabama
Where did they all
leads.
come from? Where did all these new viewers come from?
I don't know. Alabama leads 3-0 through about 5 minutes of play. Dan and I are going to be watching this game the whole way through. He's got a beer in front of him. I've got one in front of me. At some point, we will definitely need to refill. But we appreciate you all stopping by. Please leave a comment. Let us know what's on your mind.
Yep. If Utah were a cocktail, I know I corrected his grammar. I can't help myself. What would they be based on this year?
Whew.
There's an easy joke there about drinking in Utah and the church, but Utah is not a religious school. That would be BYU. I don't know. Give me a cocktail where they come on strong, right? It seems a little mellow first, the first taste.
Yeah.
Then it comes on strong, a little bit of afterburn at the end there.
Yeah, it needs to be some sort of whiskey drink.
Yep.
Maybe there's also like a very simple quality to that Utah team. Maybe it's just a whiskey and water.
It's just straightforward.
It's just a whiskey and water with a little bit too much whiskey, just enough to leave you with that burn after the fact.
I would say whiskey ginger. Hold on. Come on,
go with that.
Bennett. Let's make a play. Here we go. Oh, you can't do that. Okay, well, Stetson Bennett with the crossover to give himself 3 more yards.
He's lucky he got that back.
Oh my God.
How did that happen?
I don't know.
It was a literal crossover. Yeah. It was a crossover.
The old Stetson Bennett juking himself.
Pulled an AI.
Midfield.
My gosh.
He picked up 19 though. I would say whiskey ginger because there's a sort of a zazz and a pepperiness to ginger. There's a little bit of spice to that Utah team. Not a lot. I'd say whiskey ginger.
Good
like
question.
Ginger beer,
Thank you.
not ginger ale.
Thank you for the question and for the super chat. Okay.
Oh, we got another false start. Another procedural.
Delay of game. Oh my gosh.
That's on Bennett. Kyrie Bennett, somebody mentioned.
Yeah. Man.
Been there, Ty. I've played organized basketball. I'll be like, here's my chance for a crossover. Whoops. Yeah.
Thank you, John. John throwing it $1.99. Appreciate that, John. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you're enjoying the game here. It's early. Got a long way to go.
Always enjoy the indoor roof, or the indoor visor and hat wearers. Come on, make a play.
Oh my gosh, what was that?
Oh. So if you're a Georgia fan, you should be terrified. You should be super duper terrified that Stetson Bennett is your quarterback thus far.
That was a good throw. That was a good throw.
It was a good throw, but it was a dangerous throw.
It was very dangerous. He sort of short-armed it, but he put it on his hands. I mean, Vlad McConkey's got to catch that.
I would say the average college football fan, if they see their quarterback running full speed at the sideline away from impending doom, they're to themselves, they just say, don't throw it, don't throw it, don't throw it, don't throw it, don't throw it. Can you tell I watched a lot of Anthony Brown this year? Does that come across? Is it that obvious?
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay.
Suddenly a very important possession early in this game, because if you go down 10
to
Alabama, I don't know what the analytics say on Nick Saban, but something tells me him with a double-digit lead is not a great spot to be.
No, and Georgia went up. What, did they go up 10-0 in the SEC championship game?
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can't. I mean, that's very obvious. We are sitting here in 1080p saying, I don't think it's smart to give Nick Saban a 10-point lead, but I don't think it's smart to give Nick Saban a 10-point lead. Dan, how bad were you hoping Georgia would come out and take an early lead so you could hammer the live Bama line?
That's me.
That's you who likes doing
me.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, yeah, I would have been all over that.
Right.
I would have been all over that. That's not to say we still don't go in on a live line at some point. So part of the problem for me with my betting app, again, with our Byzantine, rules here in Pennsylvania, it doesn't let me do the player props, which is a problem. I don't feel good about it, but I can't bet that live. Some places can.
Right.
But I will be watching the score.
Okay.
I will be watching the score.
I really hope I didn't just tweet out an invite that okay, we're good. That anybody could join. I posted the pictures of my pizza, by the way, on Twitter that I made tonight. Actually, I just posted the thin. I actually made a thick as well. And I just got a tweet from a pizzeria in New Jersey that was merely the fire emoji. And it's one of my absolute favorite pizzerias that I've ever been to. And I'm a little bit starstruck. I'm a little bit and I don't know if it's the main guy. I don't know if they just have a social media person, but Raza in New Jersey. I bought the guy's book, The Joy of Pizza. I spent $30 on a pizza book and worth every penny. Not a sponsor.
The Joy of Pizza.
The Joy of Pizza. It is literally called The Joy of Pizza. He is in Jersey City. So if you're ever in Jersey City, go to Raza, Razza, and it is
not a sponsor.
Not a sponsor. The pizza is spectacularly good, but the meatballs are the best meatballs. He churns his own butter. The dude's like a total food dork, and it's amazing. It is the salad. The salad is amazing.
Here you go, Dan, from Sean. Is that something you might be interested in?
An off-season live stream, we can get Dan making pizza live. I've done it a couple of times before. I think I'm going to make a proper YouTube video, right? Okay. I'm going to make a proper, here's what I do as an amateur, nobody in making pizza. We put homemade ricotta.
Ricotta.
Are you a ricotta fan?
Am I a fan? Yeah, I'm a fan.
Okay. I'm just asking.
I'm half
first
Italian,
and 10 Alabama. On a DiGiorno pepperoni. Did we screw up? No, you didn't screw up. You only screwed up if you didn't like it. Okay. That's Georgia's defense. Couple yard loss.
All right. Where are we at here? All right. Tweeting out the link again. Hopefully I didn't tweet
what
out
you like. But try to cook as much of your own food as possible because it's rewarding and fun and you get to know what you're eating. All right. Come on. Second and long.
There he is. J-Dub. Can't cover him, man. You cannot cover him.
I don't think there should be a salary cap or any sort of ways to limit the number of good players Alabama can have. But I think Alabama, on each side of the ball, every game needs to start a D3 player that can be just demolished, right? There's the left guard is a nightmare how bad he is. That's all I would say that Alabama at this point, they need to have a safety who is going to get like he's going to look like me and
Right.
just get torched every game.
Says
That
here
to
this
me-
guy's from Presbyterian. How about that?
Yeah. I'm not going to insult the Patriot League, but I want low Patriot League. I want a low Patriot League safety starting for Alabama. And like,
Yeah.
how are they going to scheme around that?
I was going back through some of our old Alabama notes the other day.
Yeah.
I still feel like the funniest thing we've ever done with respect to Bama was that intense conversation we had maybe 10 years ago now. Gosh, I can't remember how long. You know exactly what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
It was about whether or not Trent Richardson running full speed and lowering his shoulder.
Oh my God. That's football pornography. I'm sorry. That's safety.
That was a nice, that's a big
sorry.
play.
I interrupted you.
Now,
Yeah.
hold on. We got to watch this replay.
Dude, this dude is he locks in. I love when a dude just like, oh, here is a screen. Oh, from the other side of the field. Look at this.
Nice tackle. An Alabama punt. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that could have gone either way, but yeah.
In the last
Early.
game a month ago, Bama punted on their first 2 possessions and they scored on their next 6 drives. So, we'll see what the next possession holds in store for both teams. No, what I was saying before, it was about a decade ago. I don't know how long ago the Trent Richardson era was at Alabama, but we did a whole bit about whether Trent Richardson running full speed and lowering his shoulder could either knock over or kill a horse. Like, could he generate enough force to kill the horse?
Right.
That was my favorite bit we've ever done.
It's unbelievable. I mean, he is perfectly shaped by my understanding of the laws of physics and leverage and speed, right? Force equals mass times acceleration. Like he is among like, look, you can look at Nakobe Dean. You can look at like some of like the smaller, like crazy powerful linebackers, your Vontaze Burficts and stuff like that. But Vontaze Burfict's top speed isn't Trent Richardson's top speed. So I think it's probably somebody a little bit bigger who is in that 4.4 range, like a Patrick Willis type.
Yeah.
Like with the and I don't remember my alternative solution, but that was a great question. But like if you were going to choose one person to literally run through a wall or to destroy a horse, all due respect to horses, we're not anti-horse.
No,
usually.
no. Love horses.
I think it would be a Patrick Willis.
Yeah.
Because you're getting into like 250 instead of 230.
It all comes back to the Niners for you, doesn't it? Always.
Yeah, but who is that guy? Derrick Henry? It's a good answer. But Derrick Henry's tall.
Bigger guy. Yeah, bigger guy.
I want to get up into the horse. Don't take me out of context.
Right.
Yeah, if you could select, the only thing with Derrick Henry is it doesn't, not that he runs high. Obviously, he is the force that Derrick Henry is operating with is essential for that kind of project.
Has Herbie said yet whether he loves or whether the players in this game love the game?
Oh, good question.
I don't know. We don't have the sound on.
No.
Just curious to get his stance on.
You know what? In the discourse of Kirby saying they don't make them like they used to, that kind of thing. I did appreciate that, and it might have been Tim Burke, one of somebody who said like he's on no sleep. He is on no sleep. He called.
It's true.
He called the Michigan Georgia game, I want to say, with Fowler, and then he was doing like the early West Coast game day outside of the Rose Bowl. And if I had to guess, they're not staying in Pasadena. They're probably staying maybe downtown, maybe in like Manhattan Beach or somewhere down there. So it's somewhat of a drive. So he's on no sleep. He's jet lagged, flies across the country. But then like kind of not fully doubled down. He kind of clarified, but I respect people like at least giving him the opportunity to be like, I didn't know what I was saying. Whoops. But he did.
No.
Ever watch local weather folks after 24 hours of hurricane coverage? They get punchy. Yeah, man. I remember doing at my old gig at SB Nation, we did draft shows at like 2-3 in the morning because we were like, let's churn and burn and get these videos. All right, hold on. Georgia's 1st and 10.
Is that Will Anderson? There he is.
We were doing draft videos late into the night, so we could like just be like, okay, RG3's on Washington. Like, what does it mean? And we would record it at like 3:18 a.m. So we would have all these videos on YouTube. And I just remember getting to the end of them and being like, I don't know if Brian Bulaga is going to be good. I don't know. Who's to say? And I wasn't in a hurricane. I was just eating pizza in a Midtown studio. I was nothing. So yeah, I get it from a certain standpoint, but like, that is not the time for that take. That is just not the time. Oh yeah.
So Georgia tries to run.
So Georgia's most impressive play by a long way
was Stetson Bennett's crossover.
Stetson Bennett dribbling the ball through the Alabama, the front court of the Alabama defense. That's not great.
I stop. So 3rd and 9. Here we go.
Who was that? Christian Harris? Why does it feel like somebody named Christian Harris has been playing on the Alabama defense since 2013?
Yeah.
Doesn't it feel like they've had a guy named Christian Harris since then?
I'm glad you brought that up, Dan. I feel similarly.
Did they have another linebacker named Christian at a certain point?
They had a Christian with an O instead of an A.
Okay. Well, it was also Keaton Christian. Kristen. Okay, here we go, Stetson Bennett. Make a play. That's not that play.
I think I may be in front of you. I'm going to hit pause just a little bit here.
Okay. Give me 3 or 4 seconds.
Just a little bit back in sync. Okay. The first of many adjustments here on the fly.
Alabama's defense looks so they dropped 7 into a softer zone. Fuck, you can do that. Look, God, Will Anderson.
Here you go, Dan. DJ Hokie says he's getting young James Conn vibes from Jimbo Fisher.
Dude, James Conn, Jimbo Fisher. Jimbo Fisher got the extra hair, I think.
Yeah.
Got some plugs.
He
and look, do what you want, man. Moved on to that second phase. Yep. He got a divorce. Hope that all went okay. Divorce can be ugly. So I hope he's in a good spot. I don't know.
Slade Bolden got a little bit of a laser thing going on the side.
Slade Bolden has a Slade Bolden haircut. Could I get the Slade Bolden, please?
He's got a singular laser cut into the side.
Have we seen refs really get after it in the weight room more than ever? Like Ed Hockley was the pioneer, and we've seen like the Big 12 has got a couple jacked refs. This is an ACC crew, I think.
I think it might be a Tiger Woods type of situation where it's like one guy did it, and then the rest felt like, well, we don't necessarily need to shoot 66s, but if he's doing it, that's going to become the new standard.
Yeah,
and so now everybody's jacked.
Mm-hmm. As you can see, all of us, we are all jacked.
All of us.
Oh man. That pizza's sitting there. I could go get another slice though. I'm not gonna lie. Did you make any New Year's resolutions, Ty?
I bought the exercise bike. I told you.
Oh, good. That. Okay, that's good first step. When does it arrive?
Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah, we're pretty excited about that. So I bought that. We can actually address some of the New Year's resolutions because after tonight, our lives sort of resume back to normal. After
that's true. Oh, somebody
7 months.
Here. By the way, here are the jacked Fowlers. Somebody wanted us to show.
Oh yeah,
as we were talking about jacked college football. There's the jacked Chris Fowlers. Yeah, you're gonna do great on the Peloton, I think. Getting that early morning ride. Start tweeting out things like rise and grind.
Yeah, no.
Attack the day.
Can go full David Pollock.
Yeah. I think you're going to be the Solid Verbals Joe Rogan.
I don't think I'm going to be.
In good ways.
In good ways, okay. Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure I'm not, but
no, you're not.
Appreciate that.
Dan, glad you brought up Tennessee because there's a multivitamin that reminds me that we got to volunteer ourselves to become the man we want to be. You can do that with Cortrex.
Yeah. See, the good part about doing a multi-hour live stream during a live game is that you've got New York style Papa John's pizza commercials that you eventually take more pride and more excitement in than the actual football game.
Yeah. By the way, I can check this out. I get a lot of messages about my tonight's pizza. That's good. That was disgusting. I apologize, but not really. I'm going to. Here we go. I think I should be able to do it. There's that. Did you hear that?
I did. You're doing an airdrop.
I airdropped.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can grab it. Let's see if
Is this your
figure out how
pizza?
to do this on the fly. Did you see the picture, Ty?
I did not see the picture. No.
Oh my god. Are you kidding me? What kind of supportive friend. We back yet? By the way, what do you show in Indianapolis when you're like, hey, we're back in Indianapolis? Like, in Seattle, they show like the fish being thrown at Pike's
The
Market.
Space Needle.
Right. What do you show in Indianapolis? I don't think I watch enough.
The Motor Speedway?
Oh, yeah, I guess. That's a good call. Yeah. You just show a racetrack, an empty racetrack.
but other than that.
Here's Al Unser from 1986. What do you show? Oh, there's Peyton Manning. That makes sense. Are we lined up somewhat?
I think so.
Timing?
All right. First pass incomplete here.
I'll tell you what wasn't.
Series.
I'll tell you what.
Oh my gosh!
Completed. Look at that thing, Ty.
Whoa! What happened to the crust on the right hand side there?
What do you mean? What happened to it? That's
that
what
big,
you want. It's
big brown bubble
and charred. Get that eggshell-like consistency.
Oh my gosh! How long do you throw that in the oven for?
Oh, it's a good question. It varies as long as it needs.
Okay, so you just eyeball it.
Yeah. I know what I want my final pizza to look like. What? Okay. Dude, I don't know if I love Georgia tonight. This has the makings of 21-10. Just like, yep, they beat them by double digits again.
I'll tell you what I could go for right now.
What's that?
I could go for some sort of quick Georgia score.
Mm-hmm.
If Georgia gets a quick score and goes up 7-3 late in the first quarter, we're going back in on Alabama.
Okay.
Going in for a little bit more because at that point,
what do you think you can get?
It probably jumps to maybe like 6.
The position I would hate to be in this game is I would hate to be a linebacker or a defensive end against Alabama tonight because I'm showing out and my offense is just not holding up its end of the bargain. Like I would be so immature on the sideline. Like, oh, cool. Good job, Stetson Bennett. Guess I'm going to go out and try to win this as an outside linebacker.
Yeah, I do. I am fearful of a half team complex here from Georgia tonight. You know, like we need to see something
right
from this offense other than the Stetson Bennett crossover dribble.
Yeah, I would agree.
Like we need some sort of explosion because right now with what we've seen thus far, Bama could crowd 8 guys close to the line.
Right. Like is Jermaine Burton, I don't know how many snaps Pickens has played in. Bowers has been a non-factor. There he is lined up, I think, in the slot.
You know, if they're just going to keep running it up the middle, that's not. Are they trying to set up a play action pass? Like what? I mean, I know it's early, but at some point we got to try and spread these guys out.
Well, yeah,
they don't just pack 7 guys in the box.
And Georgia doesn't necessarily have that dude who can take like a quick bubble screen 9 consistently.
Yeah, I mean, Ladd McConkey could. He's done it. Brock Bowers has done it too.
Yeah,
I mean, they have athletes.
They've done it, but not necessarily. I mean, Bowers had a really good game against Bama the first game, but
now they're going to be backed up a little bit more, hands to the face.
What's the temperature on Pete Golding? Like, I don't hear his name that much because obviously people think this is Nick Saban's defense, but like, do people like him? His name doesn't come up for big jobs. He was at UTSA and well regarded as he's a younger dude. He's like 37 or something. I just haven't heard his name that much, not nearly as much as other Bama coordinators of the past.
All right, nice run.
Pete Golding does have a very round face. You're right.
Yeah. But that only gets you to like 2nd and 7, 2nd and 6, right? So
I'm willing to overlook a first quarter. I'm willing to overlook jitters, and it's just things are moving fast. The moment is large. But I don't know. At this point, Stetson Bennett should be settled in. 2 minutes left in the first.
Here we go. This is from B-Dub.
Yeah.
Would you rather fight 100 bulldog-sized elephants or one bulldog the size of an elephant? I would almost go one.
I definitely go one because you can get lucky and take out a knee or something like that and debilitate it. Yeah.
Yeah. 100 though, you just risk being. And it depends on the bulldog. Like there's 2 bulldogs that live in this neighborhood.
Yeah.
100 of those, forget it. I'm dead meat.
Well, the thing is, in a group of 100, you're going to run the spectrum of different personalities, and you're going to get 38 angry ones.
Yeah.
Even if there's a bunch of softies in the group.
No, it's true. So we got a first down for Georgia while we were talking.
Yeah, good.
Going up top. He's got him. Oh, that's a grab.
Got him.
George Pickens.
Yeah, that's the guy, right? That's the winter wonder. So you're a little ahead of me still. You're about 3-4 seconds ahead still.
Right, here. 1 Mississippi, 2.
Give me a pause of Rooney.
3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. Okay.
But that's what they need to hit. Okay, so here we are. 2 safeties back. They carry the safety. Yup. Oh, perfect. That's a perfect pass.
He throws a very high ball, too.
I'm okay with that, though. He gives the receivers a chance to make a play.
A very high ball.
Yeah.
A rainmaker, if you will. Nice throw. Okay, so that flips the field now. Georgia was back deep inside its own territory. Now inside the 30, there's that quick screen that we mentioned before.
See? Bowers, right?
Brock Bowers. He's 6'7". He's a freshman. What was the tallest kid at your high school when you were a senior? Did you have anyone that tall?
Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah. There was
one guy I know of in my high school.
He didn't look like Brock Bowers, though.
No. This guy was like 6'8", 130.
Yeah. Oh, you feel bad for those kids.
He was just a tall glass of water. In the red zone.
Around 6'6", 6'7".
See, this is what I'm talking about. Oh, not that.
Oh, another procedural. Got false start.
Let's get a touchdown here and pop that live line. And let me get Bama +7, and we're going back in. See, I don't know if you heard that, but the bubble just tried to get me from the boot.
Saw that.
Yeah.
Heard it. I'm almost done with beer number 1.
Uh-oh. All right. So we got 1st and long here, 1st and 15. Just outside the red zone now after that penalty.
Ooh, no, can't do that.
Georgia's tried that Dave Meggett play a lot. For anyone who's played Tecmo Super Bowl, you know the Dave Meggett play, the shotgun draw. And, Uga's look on his face there kind of says it all. Through 1 quarter, Georgia's hit 2 big plays, 2.5 big plays, down 3-0. The defense has held its own so far, I think, against this Alabama offense. Alabama does seem a little bit out of sync. I don't know if it's because of bringing different kinds of pressure. I don't know if it's because they're
I think Georgia's just generally hard to play against. Yeah.
Yeah, but what's different than the first time, right? What's different than the first time is they do seem to be getting more pressure on Bryce Young.
And nobody's running open. Like Alabama and the plays that they make, they're earning the yardage. Like Jamison Williams is running open.
Yeah. Corey wants to know what you're drinking, Dan. Do you want to flash that?
Yeah, I flashed it up for him a little while. It's a Revolution Brewing Rev Pills, local Chicago beer.
Dustin wants to know, is this a 9-6 game? Oh, God.
Oh, man. It has the feeling early, though Bryce Young is far better than what Alabama and LSU had in that matchup at quarterback. It does have that feel.
Christopher says that UGA was up 10-0 in the first quarter last game. Very true. Thank you, Christopher. Thank you for stopping by. Got someone here telling me I got to turn the boot. Yeah. Here's what I said before. Maybe I said this on our Verballer Patreon.
Yeah.
You need to keep the tip of the boot down when you drink or off on the side. But if it's ever so slightly pointed up, that's danger zone. And it sort of plays tricks with you because it's easier to hold it when the tip is, it's just easier. But you got to be mindful of that. Otherwise, we could be dealing with a explosion situation here on the camera.
By the way, I'm already seeing. I just flashed over to Twitter briefly, and we're already getting like, how was Will Anderson not a Heisman finalist? Who do we have? Nicole Auerbach. We love Nicole. Will Anderson was named on just 19% of Heisman ballots. Like,
Will Anderson.
how was Will Anderson not a Heisman finalist? Yeah, he's amazing and excellent. I don't know. I was on a Heisman podcast, the one I mentioned that I was on with Desmond Howard and Jimmy Roberts, and I was worried that they were, but it was after the Heisman was already announced. I was worried they're going to be like, what does the Heisman mean to you? Like, I don't know. But they didn't ask me about the Heisman. They mostly asked me about pizza.
Alan wants to know, watching on Facebook, what's in the boot? What's in the boot here?
Yeah, come on, buddy.
Show it again. It's Root. I'm not going to do the focus trick with the camera. Root Else Reserve, a Belgian-style ale brewed with spices. You know how I am with my Christmas beer, Dan.
That's true.
I like Christmas beers.
Bradley, how was Brock Bowers not a Heisman finalist? I will be apoplectic about any person who was not a Heisman finalist. I'll take requests to do that very stupid voice. Okay, come on, buddy. Come on, Georgia. I don't care who wins. 14. I just want to see something. Okay, well, that's third and more manageable. That's fine. Caleb Williams to USC ? Has that been official?
If it hasn't been made official, I think it's probably about to be, right?
Yeah. I mean, I just saw DTR is returning to UCLA, and that felt like...
What about Chip Kelly?
I don't know if Chip Kelly's returning.
Maybe Chip Kelly's going to go transfer portal after hearing that news, because his buyout goes down to 0 as of Saturday.
Yeah, I don't think... Well, transfer portals are usually your choice. I don't know if it's his choice. All right, come on. 3rd and 9. Let's get some offense. Let's get something zazzy. You got Jermaine Burton motion. Got a matchup on a linebacker. Yes, we do. I saw that guy coming across. All right, actually, I don't know what branch plays. Nice play. Jermaine Burton, briefly, I think, went to my high school. Here we go.
An opportunity to score here. Okay. No, not on that play. There. I think takeaway, we're, as we said before, for the Patreon folks, we're going to be doing our live reaction podcast later this evening after the game's over, or as it's about to be over, right? I think the takeaway for me thus far is that it's just both teams have been settling in here. By the way, our guests of honor.
You ready? You ready to see him? You see him?
I see him. I'm ready.
Roger
Sherman from The Ringer. Sir, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
I'm good.
Almost a beer in, Raj?
That's a lot of that's like what's the ABV over there?
5.5. So nothing crazy.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Ty's double dig.
Mine's 10.5, Roger.
That's 2 of his.
That's 2 beers.
Every one of his is dunking on. Are you planning on going for 2, Dan?
I just may. Now that we have a guest who can help vamp if I leave and go to the basement to get another beer, we just might. Roger Sherman writes for a website called theringer.com. He is, I think he's a Spotify employee as well.
Yes, I am.
Come on, Stetson Bennett.
I've got 2 dogs over here.
Oh my God.
That's a vicious dog, right?
Everybody be cool.
Yeah, they're
are they vicious?
Extremely unthreatening, but like they talk a big game,
Yeah, okay. Bark versus bite, right?
That's they already came up with an expression for that.
They did indeed.
Could you maybe say that about Georgia's red zone offense with the dogs?
Hey-o!
The dogs.
My God.
They're
I
dogs.
did ask.
They're
I asked
bulldogs.
my 3-year-old, dogs or elephants? Who's winning tonight? He said elephants.
From like it's really hard to beat an actual elephant.
I agree.
What happened on that third down play? I was too busy showing my dogs off.
It looked like a little bit of a scramble.
Yes, Stetson was in trouble.
But they kicked a field goal.
Who did you pick in this game, Roger?
I just still refuse to believe that Georgia can win until it happens. Like I just cannot pick Georgia against Alabama on principle until someday I'm sure they'll win. Maybe it'll be in the current UGA's lifetime. Maybe it'll be in my lifetime.
Oh, poor UGAs.
I saw you tweet it out.
Yeah, they've gone through 4 since the last Georgia win over Alabama.
I saw you tweet it out, Roger. Didn't you tweet out just a screen cap of the previous box score earlier today?
Oh, you're mistaken slightly.
Okay.
Spencer Hall, a good friend, said that his prediction was, and then he tweeted out an image of the game in the SEC championship. The score was 41-17,
41-24.
41-24.
Yeah.
Yep.
The last matchup before that was also 41-24.
That's right.
The 2020 matchup. So you saw 41-24 and you assumed it was the other one. I was referring to the vintage, the retro 2020 regular season empty stadium. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn off this light.
Are you still in LA, Raj?
Hold on. No, I live in New York now.
You moved back too. When did you move back?
I moved back. In June or so. So I was living in LA, where the Ringer is like mainly based.
Yeah.
And then there was this pandemic, and
Go on.
I didn't. It's like sort of a niche thing you might not have heard of.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've heard rumblings.
So I didn't go to work anymore, and my family's from here, and my wife got into Columbia Nursing School. So I moved back here, and I'm very excited.
You're a kept man.
Oh yeah. I got married. I got engaged and married since in 2021.
Wow! Congratulations.
Look at you.
Yeah,
it's been a big year for you.
What did you wear to your wedding?
An actual suit, like a legitimate suit that I purchased like specifically to wear at a wedding. It was a small. We only had like family, and it was outdoors because of the thing.
Yes, the niche news story.
I'm listening to you guys, so I have no context for the graphic that's happening right now.
If you had audio, you wouldn't either, because they just throw up weird animations that we're supposed to interpret every once in a while.
It's like upscale Sims going on right now.
Yes,
on this whole channel.
It's the I feel like they hired the Taiwanese animation guy from like 2006, who was all their age. But I just looked up, and I've pieced together the context here. They were showing the race to be the coach with the most national titles of all time. But I looked up specifically to see an image of a Indy 500 car being driven by a bear, meant to represent Bear Bryant.
Obviously, yeah.
So that was disconcerting, like the signals.
It was a Bear Bryant.
Did we see Kirby Smart with the obstacle course earlier?
I didn't get what was going on there.
Yeah, it was like an American Ninja Warrior. He was hopping past opponents in the SEC.
Oh,
it was a decision.
It was a choice.
Sometimes they're like loosely connected to the game.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Whoops. Okay.
I'm on delay.
Now, Jamison Williams is holding a knee.
Oh, jeez.
Oh no.
Let maybe rug burn. Let's hope.
That does not look like rug burn, Dan.
No, I mean, let's see a replay here.
Good throw. 3 guys bearing down on him.
I've never had.
Is it bad? Oh, yeah, no. Don't show this. Not as. You know what? Okay. I mean, he might have torn something. I don't know. I'm definitely not a doctor.
I've never had to
worse.
Issue live statements while watching an unpaid college athlete suffer a potentially catastrophic injury.
Yeah.
And it's just a horrible, horrible thing.
Yep. Let's hope it's just like
George Pickens tearing an ACL in March and still making miraculous catches in the
Wow. All right. Well, if anybody watching along is able to hear any of the updates, please do let us know, because we've got it on mute. I've got the captions on, but the captions are behind and I miss a lot. So let us know in the comments if you hear anything about Jameson Williams. Jameson Williams, by the way, projected to be like a top 15 pick in the NFL draft, maybe higher, given the kind of season that he's had. So obviously you hope he's okay.
Yep.
Short term, try to just keep this in a football sense. That could change the game a great deal,
of course,
for Alabama. And Jameson Williams is their guy who can take the top off of defense. They can do a lot with him. They can send him deep. They can send him over the middle and let him run. They can put him in the slot, throw him a screen pass, and let him go for 50 some odd yards. So without that kind of game breaking threat, John Mechie already being hurt coming into this game.
Yep.
Does change the complexion a great deal.
And they've got guys. I mean, we saw Ja'Cory Brooks with the ridiculous catch against Auburn. He also had a longer touchdown catch, right, against Cincinnati. They have guys, but not stars at receiver.
I don't have an official opinion on whether expanding the college football playoff would be better from a competitive perspective. I'd like it because there's more football.
Yep.
My one thing is this, and obviously they couldn't figure it out today or during their meetings today. If they're going to add more playoff games and make hundreds of millions of dollars off of it, I cannot. Some of the money from expanding the playoff has to go towards the players who are going to be playing 16, 17 games on top. It's unconscionable that I just get really bad thinking about it. Sorry to hijack that.
No, you're good. No, you're not wrong. I mean, look, the NIL is a step in the right direction, but the number 450 million came across my Twitter feed today that they were like, we're going to leave that aside for now, because that's a thing that people are able to
you can leave aside.
Right. We're going to pass that up for now, that $450 million number. No, I mean, it's a broader conversation, but yeah, the numbers are cartoonishly large. And when you see a player go down like that, you're like, well, of course he wants to play in the playoff. And of course there's risk to football, man. And it's just non-contact. That's the thing, man. Fuck. Where you're just,
man, that is such a tough pill to swallow. Okay. 1st and 10. It could end up being a lot of dink and dunk.
Yeah. I mean,
it could end up being a lot of, let's just slide a guy out into the flats and let him run with it and see what he can do. What's Holly Rose saying? Awkwardly on that play, tried to regain his balance. His knee went out immediately. All right.
Oh, yeah. Adam said, wasn't Indy where the goal line turf exploded a few years ago?
It was.
Ohio State, Wisconsin game that they had to re-dig along the goal line, all the pebbles that were firing up.
And I'm not sure that happened right around the mark on the fields there, where there's clearly a different turf, or something's different with the turf there. Did you?
I didn't see specifically where his foot went in.
I'm just noticing. Why is I guess Jimbo, you guys just have great cameras, huh?
Jimbo, apparently somebody in the comments at Jimbo's film room, Jimbo called it an ACL tear.
Medical expert.
Medical doctor.
Dr. Jimbo.
Yeah. Jimbo MD.
Yeah.
If you go into the medical office and the doctor's name was Jimbo.
Well, first of all, it depends what kind of doctor. Not a great sign, but it's been around football, I guess. Wow, he's got weight on it now. They're showing him on the sideline, which is at least I don't know. Good for him.
He's walking.
Yeah. Which you can do with a torn ACL.
Yes.
As somebody who watched Dennis Dixon sprint in a straight line for a touchdown on a torn ACL, you can move forward. It's the cutting.
It's the turn. Yeah.
Yeah. No, you definitely can walk off, David. This is not a medical expertise of mine. I don't think you walk off with a torn ACL. You can walk in a straight line.
Yeah, you can.
And there's different severities.
Would they let him?
Well, they haven't. He hasn't had a
Yeah.
MRI. But, and also, like, with an injury, that's you can be in shock and everything, and so there's just adrenaline involved. I'm a professional podcaster, folks.
A little bit of a draw on that kick from Richard. 6-3.
Record.
6-3, 45-yard field goal. We are on pace for that 9-6 SEC showdown.
Yeah, we're going back. We're going back to the classics.
That's right.
It is kind of a bummer that with all of the usual suspects in a game like this, that we didn't get a transformational kicker or punter to like be introduced to the world. Like we had Matt Ariza, San Diego State, but obviously didn't play on a stage like this. And we had, was it J.K. Scott a couple years ago?
Yeah.
Like we've had guys who were just like booming and like the world discovered them. And that was like a new element to a matchup like this. There's no Rodrigo Blankenship with his soccer blog that people dug up way back when. There's just, I don't know.
Reichert is a great kicker.
No, he's like, very, very good.
He like solved the decades-long Alabama kicking. I think he hit every single kick last year.
Okay.
In 2020, 14 for 14 on field goals, 84 for 84 on extra points. I'm not tapped into the NFL draft kicking community, but he's got to be on your board.
That's from Rogers' mouth to God's ears.
I just said I'm not tapped into the NFL draft kicking community. So,
Roger, more importantly, February the 3rd, what will you be doing?
That's now I have to figure out what that date is. Is that the start of the Olympics?
Start of the Olympics. You were Mr. Olympics over there at the Ringer.
So there's I did a Summer Olympics podcast this summer.
It did well. It did really well.
I actually have no idea if that's true, but I'll choose to believe it.
Do you know that for a fact, Ty?
It
did good numbers.
Several of my family members reported listening to it.
If I had to venture a guess, I would say it did pretty well. Yeah.
Okay.
From what I've seen.
So the thing about the Summer Olympics is that they're during the summer.
Yeah.
Which means well, it's not football season. And my main job is writing about football. And because the NFL added an 18th week to the regular season, the Super Bowl is actually during the Winter Olympics.
Oh, man.
So I will probably hopefully I'll be going to LA around that time to cover the Super Bowl.
Oh, nice.
That your 10%. Can you hold up your 10.5% beer again?
He's drinking it from a glass boot. Oh,
yeah, I'm drinking.
It's just one can. It's a thin, tall. Oh, okay, okay. I just saw the verticality on that.
Yeah. Have you ever had drinks out of a boot before?
I can't recall.
But you've probably seen the movie Beer Fest.
I've seen the documentary Beer Fest.
The thing that it is a documentary. Very good point. The bubble is real, Roger. I didn't realize that was a real thing. It's a real thing.
Do you have to rotate the boot as they do in the documentary film?
I start off with it in a rotated state so that it's, the tip of the boot's off to the side or down at the bottom. As long as it's not upwards, you're good. He's got a lane. That's a nice return. There's a bunch of laundry on the field. That's going to negate a really nice run on the kickoff return.
Who's 6? McIntosh? Yeah.
Still 11 minutes, by the way, left in the second quarter.
Oh man, it's a long one.
What time is it? 9:20. It's only been an hour. We're on pace. It's slow.
Are you, Roger, you living uptown or downtown if your wife is in Columbia?
Near Columbia.
Oh, so you're Upper West?
Mm-hmm.
How do you like you're a downtown kid? How do you like the West Side?
All of my apartments when I was an unmarried man, a bachelor.
You were in Brooklyn.
We're in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
It's so that's a big culture shock for me moving to Manhattan. Big fan though so far. I'm near multiple parks where my dogs can bark at other people's dogs instead of at each other.
Yeah, there's a good park stitch up there. Obviously, Central Park is right there.
Morningside is the
Riverside.
Riverside. That's the big three, some call it, of parks near Columbia University. So
the Georgia penalties are very quickly adding up. The free yardage is just being handed to Alabama.
Yeah.
The refs are you saying that they're biased against Georgia?
That's exactly what I am saying. Typical Alabama. Yeah. Come on. Oh, so Ty's still ahead of us. I think I've gotten a couple of like stuttering moments of.
I just switched my feed to.
Are you slowing down for us?
I'm not. No,
yeah, he keeps trying.
I switched to something by mistake called The Cleaning Lady on Fox, which is not what I wanted.
I saw a commercial for that yesterday. I watched the NFL for the first time. I mentioned that this season, and I got to see all the Fox promos for shows that all seem made up.
Now
every single one of them.
The Cleaning Lady.
The Cleaning Lady. And like,
okay.
And it's one of those shows where the commercial, she says, "But I'm the cleaning lady."
Yeah. At the end of it, she's like, "I didn't sign up for this." Like, this is the last time because I'm the cleaning lady.
Everyone loves a movie where they say the name of the movie, but if you can get it in the 30-second promo, that's how you know you've got.
That's how you know you've got it.
Banger.
Yeah.
The tackling in this game, I'm not sure there's been a single missed tackle. No. I just saw Ladd McConkey get wrangled.
One of the things in watching defenses like this and watching clearly guys who are going to be like high-level NFL picks is when they come from the other side of the field with a perfect angle to destroy somebody. Like, we all root for teams that have fielded good defenses recently. No, none of us have rooted for a player who, like, maybe Kyle Hamilton, maybe. But other than that, like, it's just like that's the actual difference.
Screen on 3rd and 12.
Also, Will Anderson may have made every tackle so far in this game on both sides.
Oh my God. Look, wow. Yeah, it was a screen that he was just like fooled on for an instant and made the play behind the line of scrimmage.
What a limp call on 3rd and 12 or whatever it was.
Well, you got more faith in Stetson?
I mean, not really, but you got to try, right?
It's 6'3". It's a field position battle. SEC punting, baby.
Yeah, I get it. Oh, okay.
It's not a field position battle in the future.
Oh, no, we had a little dropsy on the.
How am I still ahead of you? I switched to the cleaning lady.
But I'm the cleaning lady. I don't know why she's Irish in my version.
Here, I'll pause that for a little bit more. Okay.
No, it's I'm the one who's behind. I'm watching like on a
we got a long
Chromecast. Wow, those are some droopy eyes, and
they have
entire droopy
face there, even in a temperature controlled.
And it's in the 20s, in Indianapolis, I guess.
How do you feel about them playing this game in Indy, Roger?
You're really putting me on the spot with my Indianapolis
very
opinions. I was actually I haven't covered a sporting event in Indy, and sports writers love Bruce Springsteen
and the cocktail sauce
and covering sporting events in Indianapolis. And I refuse to be snobby about like I like when different places get to host games.
Sure.
I think that really puts a spin on it that's unique. I loved covering the Super Bowl in Minneapolis while lots of people were upset that it was cold inside. But the problem is SEC teams, or every team that makes the championship, is from the southeast of the country.
Whoop. There's
We've
your
got
boy,
a walk
Ty.
Then my
situation.
boy Cameron Latu. Told you. Told you. Damn it! Why won't Pennsylvania let me bet on these things?
New York just got a sports betting Saturday. Which
do you have to do anything like special to sign up? In Illinois, you have to go to like a random casino.
No, you can just sign up using promo code.
Yeah.
But like very, very exciting times over here.
Oh yeah.
I've never, obviously I wouldn't break the law by betting on sports
of course
if it
not.
wasn't legal. So like this is the first time I've ever placed money on a game, and my money was on Alabama, and they just gained a lot of yards.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, where was it that you and I drove in the car and our windshield broke, Roger? Was that
Arizona? Was it Arizona?
I think it was Arizona. Is there?
It
was Cameron Latu.
Did they get lucky?
So, Dan, I don't know if I've probably told you the story.
I like that it's going from left to right over here.
It's a domino. Oh. You and Roger had a windshield shatter?
It was definitely Arizona.
Yeah, it was one of those like colder mornings in Arizona.
Was it a bat? What, like, did something fly into it?
No, it was maybe I had the heat up too, like the defroster up too hot or something. But we were driving to media day, and the windshield just like you could hear it. It sounded like a stone hit it. Nice tackle.
Oh man,
that's a big play.
On 3rd and goal, no less. Yep,
that's a big play for Georgia.
Will Reichard, wow.
They're getting home. I mean, they didn't the first time.
Look, so they rushed 3 and they have a delay. Yeah. Man.
Was that Will Anderson?
For Georgia?
Yeah. Is he out there?
Who is 41? That was a hell of a play. All right, here we go, Will Reichard.
We'll resume the windshield crack story in a second. That's
they're riveted. It's Reichard time, baby.
Yeah. No, it sounded like a stone hit the window. And we noticed a small crack, and it kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And then eventually, when we returned the car very early to the airport rental return, I tried to play it off as it was like that when we got it. They didn't buy it. I think we ended up having to pay.
We got it this way
out of the solid verbal bank account. Dan.
Yeah,
but
that's okay.
They can move the national championship. It's been all over. And it's so strange. Like when it's Alabama, Georgia, and Indianapolis, Alabama, Clemson in San Jose, California. It's like, and the overarching thing with college football is it would be interesting if other teams were good at football.
There are very few cities in America that I haven't been to that I would have no idea what I would be interested in doing there. Like there are cities I haven't been to where like, oh, I haven't been to Baltimore, but I'd love to go to like the harbor area. And like, I've heard good things about, the food is supposedly, obviously crabs and everything. Like Indianapolis, I have not been to, and I have no idea what would be like. I've always heard Minneapolis was a good place, and I went to Minneapolis and I liked it a lot with Ty in the dead of winter before we drove to Fargo, North Dakota. But Indianapolis, I don't know, when I land there or drive there, I'd be like, all right, now I gotta go see this. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that would be for me.
It would be the NFL Combine, which is there 365 days a year. If you go somewhere in Indianapolis, there's a guy
They're all measuring people.
There's someone's getting measured.
Yeah.
I'm very pro I'm like pro pretty much all cities. Like I'm not gonna say that I have strong opinions about Indianapolis that are favorable, but I was there when I was driving from New York to LA when I was moving out to LA. And I had a lovely night at a bar where I was allowed to bring my dog, and I played beer pong into trash cans with a soccer ball or maybe a volleyball.
Nice, that's something.
So I don't think that that's an Indianapolis specialty, but I don't think there's many places in America where you can't have a lovely time.
No, I think I would have a good time. I just don't know what like the signature hook to Indianapolis is. And somebody like Ty and somebody in the comments just mentioned the Motor Speedway. But that's one day. That's one day.
I think you can go and
you can walk
look
around.
at it. You can
they let you run around and make like,
can you bring your car out?
You can take your Acura out there.
Yeah.
Open it up.
Run around. But I'm happy to like I've heard that there are decent food places, and I don't know them.
If there is a place like that, I'm sure you would be happy to let that place show you what's wonderful about it and let it into your heart.
Well, like I had no idea what I would like about. I did a cross-country road trip and I went to Kansas City, and I had never been to Kansas City. I had a perfectly good time in Kansas City.
They have barbecue.
I ate some good barbecue. I was with a friend who fell in love with
in Kansas City.
In Kansas City. I mean, we met a young lady at a bar, and he was like, I'm in love with her, and then we kept going on a road trip.
I like assumed that
no.
He's now married to, and they've like moved to.
No, we went to Gordon Biersch. I think that's where we saw her. She seemed nice. But no, I like Kansas City.
I don't think your friend.
He's now married.
Oh, I don't think it was real love in that case.
I think you're probably leaning into something there. Yeah. Come on, Georgia. Just like,
all right. So
together, let's get some points.
Let's get some field goals. The people are loving them.
Some hot Bowers action.
Georgia's really steering into these shotgun runs, aren't they?
Best hidden gem city attraction, Dayton National Air Force Museum. Free and spectacular. I've been to Dayton, have not been to the museum. I don't really have a well-formed Dayton opinion, but that's good to know. I would go there.
Yeah.
I think they're having, much like Indianapolis is having the combine all year, they're having the first four of the NCAA tournament 365 days a year.
Oh, yeah. Dayton's always hosting. Somebody mentioned
did I just miss puppies on the screen?
Yeah, you missed them. Oh, man.
And my dogs got tired of the spotlight.
Somebody suggested the Hoosiers gym in Knightstown, Indiana. That is a kind of a triggery situation for Roger and the harassment that he received after indicating that Hoosiers was a trash movie, which I don't disagree with, but man, I don't want to say it out loud.
Well, I'll tell you this. I don't have any. So I wrote an article about how I don't like Hoosiers at SB Nation.
Right.
I believe the title of it was Hoosiers Sucks.
Yeah.
So admittedly, I'm like a pretty diplomatic person, and the idea of making people upset online, like,
yeah,
if I could actually stress my opinion on Hoosiers, it would be more like, I don't care for Hoosiers, but the headline was Hoosiers Sucks. Let me tell you, I left I switched jobs in 2016. At my current job, my email is not publicly like listed anywhere on the website. So that's the only article that I get any emails about, like, because it's the only topic which like someone offended by it will think,
of course,
not I'm going to tweet at this person, but I'm going to look up their email address.
Yes.
And they're all from like AOL.com or Yahoo or Hotmail, you know,
it's a specific demo.
It's a specific demo. But the email, I still get one every once. Nice hanging on there by the
really nice. 1 of 5 on third downs. Wow. There it is. There we go. Whoop. Nope.
Down.
Okay, was he down?
He's got to be down. You know what just occurred to me, Dan?
Yeah.
Depending on how this thing shakes out, if they lean very heavily on Brock Bowers, we could be talking about another Bauer hour.
Yeah, we could. But this is Bowers hours.
No.
Is it A.D. Mitchell or Adonai Mitchell? And does Adonai mean God in the Jewish faith? Or is that Yahweh? Yeah, I think it can be.
It's thank you for calling on a Judaism expert.
Well, it was either you or Ty. Anybody can jump in here.
But so,
oh my God. Oh my God. Was that Will? No. Who's 15?
It's Will wearing a different number.
Oh man, he got suplex.
There's just so many Wills out there.
Oh my gosh.
So my fact about Adonai Mitchell. After that, I need to watch this.
That was like the legal version of a horse collar.
Yeah. The goat
Lord.
collar. It was a safety too, I think.
I'm sorry, Roger. Continue.
Okay. Adonai Mitchell.
I'm just watching replays over here. Beautiful.
By the way, that's a really that's doing a nice job against Will Anderson. Like he got loose and chased him out of bounds, but they did a nice job stoning him. I don't know who the right tackle is. I think is Salyer on the left or right?
So Adonai's middle name is Enlil, which is a Mesopotamian god. So he's just like really spanning the whole spectrum of like Near Eastern religions from 2000 BC. Like,
what's the term I'm looking for? What is many gods?
Polytheism.
Polytheistic, yeah. Okay.
But a very controversial take to name your child that if you were alive and it'd be controversial like 3,000 years ago.
Yes.
In Sumeria.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nowadays can go kind of unnoticed.
This is the kind of commentary you get in a 9-3 SEC contest.
Okay, so it's 4th and 6th, 48-yarder. Do you kick it?
You know I'm a field goal boy.
I know you are. Okay, they're kicking.
But Lesney's a pretty good kicker.
Is he related to Molly? We don't know, do we?
I haven't asked either of them.
Yeah. Former SB Nation employee. Got boot on it. Yeah, he got it.
A lot of baby draws on those kicks.
All right, so we have our 9-6, our SEC rematch 9-6.
But the way it's displaying on the scoreboard, there will be a lot of nice comments.
Very nice. Yeah.
Yeah. 69.
Had a lot of leg on that. Wow.
Yeah.
This is a display of the raw power of SEC legs. We've gotten some very accurate.
Will Georgia bookend their season winning games without offensive touchdowns?
Oh, what a hit. Ooh. Oh my gosh. They asked
Roger, I didn't mean to keep you here. I don't know if you're having fun talking about polytheism.
I'm going to hop out at halftime.
Yeah, okay.
At some point, I will have to write something about tonight's game.
What's your angle right now?
Just writing about SEC legs.
Yeah.
SEC calf muscles. You know, I feel like, and I might have made a tactical error here where my computer is on the table below me, but I'm spending all the time looking up and I'm just showing you guys like this. Like you're getting a lot of neck, beard, and Adam's apple.
That's what we're going for.
I didn't think about my setup a lot. And I'm sorry. I apologize for that.
This is sort of a slapdick effort from us, so it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, I also I need to leave for the halftime global music video premiere between Alesso and Katy Perry.
Katy Perry, yeah.
Ty, have you heard of Alesso?
I've heard of Alesso. Yeah.
Okay, I've never heard that name in my life.
Yes,
you've heard of him.
I have. I can't tell you the name.
Ty listens to pop radio sometimes. Yeah. Like he listens to like Sirius. So Ty has a better like a beat on the street.
That's right.
Of popular music.
I'm connected to today's youth.
Alesso is a Swedish DJ.
Okay, tell me more.
Wikipedia is loading.
Yeah. Known for such hits as Destroy the Beat. Yeah.
He won the 2012 International Dance Music Award for Best Progressive Track.
Oh,
okay. Yeah.
But he lost best breakthrough. He was only nominated for best breakthrough DJ that year.
Was that the DJ Khaled year?
Yeah.
I'm not big on the IDMAs. I don't know their.
Yeah.
It also it says that he was ranked number 45 in the DJ Magazine Top 100 DJs.
I thought you were going to say the Lou Groza watch list.
Yeah, I don't know if that's like an AP poll situation or if that's the coaches.
Yeah, Ralph Russo votes on that. Not
on the top DJs. He got as high as 13 in 2015, but I think then he lost a non-conference game.
This sounds like the world ELO rankings. How do they do this?
I don't know. This is just Wikipedia. I'm not sure if you like ask DJs or if you talk to DJ fans.
Right.
They'll know the top rankings and stuff like that. But this is what's available on Wikipedia to me.
It's definitely like a Survey Monkey anonymous thing.
This is so. I feel like this is a big moment not only for these teams but also for Alesso. You know, I mean,
of course, target audience.
This is a guy who hasn't been.
This is his Ed Sullivan moment.
Why do we have? Why does Alabama have a receiver split out right here?
What kind of a move was that?
Oh, this is ridiculous. But like, that's
Who's that guy?
Was that bro? Who was that? Who's 84?
I didn't see the number.
84.
I was laughing thinking that Alesso's target market is
okay. So 84 is okay. Watch. So he runs like a little crosser, gets it, and
oh my gosh.
1, 2, 3. What's his last name? Hall? Who was that? Somebody?
Joshua Lanier?
No, it was a short, like 4-letter last name.
Oh yeah, no.
Alabama roster.
I was looking
Hall.
at the 2020 roster, and I got a guy who no longer plays.
Wait. So that's like Alabama's 6th best receiver, and he is better than anybody who has ever played for Northwestern.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's see. 4-star recruit, and he's just chilling out on the bench.
Ooh, almost like that. Yeah.
You know what? I still think about obviously the last time these two teams played was Tua coming off the bench. He got a 5-star off the bench, but also
in this stage, not
in this stage.
Teams. Yeah.
They also brought in like all these other 2s who had repped with him all year long, and it was like Najee Harris hadn't played a lot, and they brought him in the second half of that game. Jerry Jeudy, Henry Ruggs.
Well, yeah, Devontae Smith was a freshman.
Smith was a freshman, and all these guys were just on the bench for most of the year, had not been putting up huge stats for them in 2017, hadn't been playing much in that game. And that's where that's the crazy thing about Alabama.
Well, it's across the sport too. And it was actually one of my favorite things this year. And I loved it when there would be a guy come in week 9 and he was just a star. And so my favorite thing was to say, I'm sorry, this guy was on your team this whole time? Like Tyler Van Dyke at Miami. Like, I obviously know why he wasn't starting at quarterback, because they had, the transfer. I was about to say Greg Ward, but they had the transfer at quarterback, and he decided to come back. Why is his name escaping me right now? De'Aaron King. Yeah. But there is that feeling of like, this guy was on your team this whole time. This guy was on your team. And I felt that way briefly about who was the Nebraska backup behind Logan Smothers.
Yeah.
When he was averaging like 17 yards per pass against Iowa. They lose the game. But I was like, oh, this guy seems way more comfortable than Adrian Martinez throwing the ball.
By the way, Hall caught 2 balls for 20 yards this season.
And how many was that?
What's that?
That catch?
Sorry for mumbling there.
Yeah.
How many yards was that?
2 yards or 2 catches for 20 yards.
And that was probably what, a 25-yard catch, 22-yard catch?
Probably, yeah. He ran 13 routes all year.
Wait, did he catch that? Or did that hit the ground? That hit the ground.
But he caught it on that nice pop up afterwards.
No.
This is a sort of strange scenario. I'm probably punting here.
4th and 8, yeah.
And I appreciate punters, but I prefer it when teams go for it. I'm one of those people who's online and likes it when teams go
What?
for it.
Yeah. Oh, they're midfield. Oh, they're in plus territory.
Yeah, but
Might as well go for it. I don't know.
Look at this game.
Yeah,
they're gonna
reading the tenor of the game.
Georgia's not going 97 yards.
No, probably not. By the way, when you guys were talking about Alesso, which has been the highlight of the show, I was trying to think of the name. I was messaging with a young lady when I was dating, and in her profile it said it would go a long way if you were into Tiesto. And I read that and I said, I don't know what Tiesto is. I don't know who Tiesto is. I don't know if I can learn what Tiesto is. I don't know if I have to be a native speaker of Tiesto. It could have been a drug. It could have been a practice, like a yoga type practice. And I looked it up and I was like, nah, I'm good.
Tiesto wipes the floor with Alesso.
Yeah, everybody knows that.
What was Tiesto in those 2012 power ratings? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, what awards did Tiesto win around? Because that was when I was single. Like it was around 2012.
Sure, way higher.
Yeah.
Well, he was voted by DJ Magazine readers. Obviously, that's the magazine that ranked Alesso 40th,
yes,
as the number one
Whoa
DJ 3 years in a row.
Oh my God.
Holy cow.
Roll damn Tiesto.
Yeah, I mean, they just got to break up. They've got to do something about this DJ transfer portal.
Mm-hmm.
He has ranked.
By the way, the DJ transfer portal might be hitting Clemson at some point soon.
Yeah, DJ. He ranked number one.
Yeah.
He ranked number one, but he's falling fast. Tiesto ranked top 10 every year from 2001 to 2019.
Wow.
That's
Nick Saban.
Saban hasn't done that. Saban hasn't been there 18 years yet.
No.
Redder said Tiesto is the Saban of DJs. I don't know if that's true, but it seems to be the case based on Roger's very quick research.
But I don't know how reputable the DJ Magazine Top 100 ranking is. I'll need someone else to speak to that. Are we going a half here? I just looked up and saw a disappointed Nick Saban. He heard that he was lower than Tiesto.
Yeah.
He was getting bummed about it.
Tiesto.
Am I the only one who's got
what country is Tiesto from? If you just had to guess based on his name.
Brazil.
I think you have to be Swedish.
I would say it's something in Scandinavia. I'll go Belgian. I will go Scandinavia adjacent.
You think? Oh, okay. I just thought you thought.
Belgium no. I know. Come on.
I was saying somewhere in South America.
Where's Tiesto from? Tiesto.
Dutch, really?
Dutch. Yep.
Okay.
So he's either from Holland or the Netherlands, Ty.
Yeah.
Depending on where you come down.
Depending on your vernacular.
Yeah.
Did Bama burn a timeout there to make Georgia pick up this third down? Is that what happened here?
I believe so.
They did it. They picked it up.
I was living in the past and there was still a world of possibility. So now are we just gonna?
I think they're gonna trickle down.
Well, this is a very different game from the first matchup of these teams. Georgia's defense frightens me.
I was going to ask you because you were somewhat encyclopedic. Like, when was the last time Alabama didn't get into the end zone in the first half?
There's that 8K camera again.
It was. Oh yeah, it was 2 games ago against Auburn where they didn't score until the fourth quarter. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So I've been rejoined by
Tieto
over here.
Is this is the newer dog?
Yes, this is from this guy's from Pasadena, California.
How many dogs do you currently have?
2. You witnessed both of them going at each other earlier.
Is the name of the first dog? Is that the dog I know?
Yeah, the dog you know is Laz.
Laz, yeah, I remember when you got Laz.
We saw earlier getting a little bit growly, getting a little bit possessive. This is Tato. He's a much kinder boy.
What kind of dog is he?
No clue.
Just cute little mutt.
Yeah.
Not a bulldog.
Right.
Ty, is your bitch around somewhere?
She's around somewhere.
Ty's got a big fluffy dog. Ty's got a very good dog. She's a Scottish something?
No. Her name is the Scottish goddess of winter, but
yeah.
Oh, I'm getting
a Russian snow dog.
Are we talking? So a large fluff?
Oh yeah, a lot of fluff. Talking a Samoyed.
Yes, beautiful, perfect.
My girl.
You've got enough stray hair in your house to make coats.
Yes, we do. It's not bad though. It's not, it like groups by static electricity into little tumbleweeds that appear around the house. So it's actually quite easy to keep up with.
Rod, did you ever do Westminster for SB Nation or Ringer?
It was always the week after the Super Bowl, and I always forgot. Very good bubble awareness there, Ty.
Yeah, no, I'm keeping this down. I was on a stream before, and I had a problem with the bubble attacking me. So,
I never did Westminster. I always forgot to apply for credentials, and then it was 2 days after the Super Bowl, and but it's on the bucket list.
Good. Upper did it and loved it. He said it was great. Oh man, I just figured that would be your thing. You would get all jazzed up.
It was, but it's also wonderful to watch all the dogs from home. I'm gonna head out now.
Raj, it's been
thank you,
wonderful
sir.
having you. Go listen to some house, some trance.
Alesso is almost on.
Okay, well, go prepare yourself mentally. Thanks for stopping. It's good to see you, man. It's been a while.
Good to see you guys. This was fun. Thanks I guess I don't have to say thanks for watching. That's your job.
Yeah. Just thank you. You're the guest. You're the honorable person. Raj, everybody go read Roger Sherman and listen to Roger Sherman and follow Roger Sherman. He's the best.
At Roger with a D.
Yeah, he owns the singular RODGER.
I had to fight Roger Saffolds in hand-to-hand combat to the death.
It's worth it.
And that's how I got that. All right. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Best.
Roger Sherman. Always good to have Roger Sherman by.
Yeah.
Who else are we trying to wrangle for this here broadcast?
You tell me. Somebody just post in the comments who you want on here. Like, I think between the two of us, and let's see. There's a guy I went to college with named Ben in my. Hold on, here's. There it is.
Okay, you got it. We're good. We're good now.
You tell me.
Let us know in the comments.
Who do you want?
We'll reach out in the comments. It's always good to have Roger.
Can I tell you the responses? I'm not going to tell you the people who responded. I got 2 swamped with work. Why don't we do a show in the off season? Both lawyers. I got 1 TV person with COVID who was like, I'm fine, but I'm not good enough to go on camera. I was like, totally get it. I got 1 person who just entered the transfer portal at USC. Not going to say. Who else? I mean, we get anybody. Who do you want? Which friends? You want me to get Jeff? You want me to get Bill? We got multiple Bills. I think Connolly, Bill C's in San Antonio.
Get Jeff. What's Jeff doing?
All right. Bill C's in the coaches convention. I think I mentioned Ari. Here. I'll send Ari. I like Ari because we agree that he is a great guest and he's a super nice guy and bad at Twitter. He's a bad tweeter.
It's possible. We can talk to him about that.
I'll tell that to him his face. That's no Adam Amin is around, but he's around later. So we're gonna try to get Adam.
Yeah, we'll get Adam
in the
later.
Second half at some point. I was tweeting with him or texting with him. I'm losing my verbs. Carl, he asked for Jody with an I. I made the offer. She politely turned me down. I can call her on the show.
I could get Mama H on the phone. If you'd want that kind of analysis.
Here, I'm going to copy the invite link. Let me see. Sending it out to a couple people. See if anybody bites. One of the lawyers was and is Andrew Sharp, formerly of Grantland, and he hosts an NBA podcast that I think is, if you like the NBA and you like the solid verbal, it is a paid podcast, but it is the closest I've found to our dynamic of adversarial and fun, and they like each other. Ben Golliver, also formerly of, they were both at Sports Illustrated. They do a really good job together. Okay, Jeff. Okay, y'all live all game. Okay, yep, Jeff. Ari, I'm in a bar. What do I do? I don't know. Just ask her for her number. No, Ari is engaged to be wed. Use your phone, Ari, if we want to go to a bar. Nicole, the last thing I saw from Nicole, I think she was on some ESPN feed. I don't know if that was oh, Ari said it's loud. What do you want to do, Ty? You want loud bar Ari, or we're just gonna Jeff said, okay, give me a bit and I'll hop on. Read the first half drives with the Dvorak. I need some humor in my life. Paul. Well, that's not a bad idea.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate that.
Alex, there was a Katie Nolan clip early in pandemic days, a video chat with a bunch of people and to see who can get the most famous person to join the Zoom. It was funny. I saw that, Alex. They did a really good job. I have like sports famous people. Ooh, Jaden Delora going to Arizona. And
okay.
Wazoo getting the incarnate word quarterback. I don't know if you saw that.
Who got him?
Wazoo.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, you ready for loud Ari?
I'm ready for loud Ari.
Halftime. We can remove him. All right, it's not that loud.
I walked out of the bar for you guys.
Oh my God, it's Ari Wasserman from The Athletic.
You?
We're good, and I don't want to make it seem like we're talking behind your back because we were just talking about trying to get you on. We said we love you. We said you're good at what you do, but you can be a lot on Twitter.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I get into the flow of things. You know, I'm having a good time.
It's okay.
What's Twitter for, really? I mean, come on, guys. Like, it's for entertainment. It's for fun.
Where are you right now?
I'm at a bar called Barcadia in Dallas with a lot of my wife's close friends who all went to Georgia.
Uh-oh.
How is it?
How's the spirit down there?
I've heard where's JT Daniels about 1.9 million times, so that vindicates me.
Have you given any hot takes to the Georgia people that's made them wonder, like, why is this guy here?
You know, I not so much, but I'm trying to be realistic, and I do think that, you know, Georgia's defense did their job, guys. They did. I mean, they held them to 9 points. And, like, I don't know, maybe JT Daniels isn't better than Stetson Bennett, and I'm just playing around. But, like, if they can't get the ball in the end zone, you know, it's just like they have athletes all over the field. And to me, I'm watching this game, and the one position that they don't have athlete at is quarterback. And if you go back and you look at the last 5 national champions, they all have NFL starters at the quarterback position. So, you know, I feel like this team is in a pretty good position to actually do what teams are dreaming of doing, which is beating Alabama. But, like, I just don't think I would have faith that Georgia's offense can score.
Yeah, but it's JT Daniels. Literally the first game he started against a team with a good defense, they scored 0 touchdowns.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm a man looking for answers here, Dan.
No, I'm same. I mean, they can also get better. Like, he was very good all year long. He wasn't amazing, but they get better.
It's like you have to hope that Kirby Smart has a better handle on it than we would, right? But at the same time, if you go back and you look at the way that the man has managed his quarterback position since the beginning of his Georgia tenure, there's not a lot of confidence there. So, you know, it's certainly something that, you know, I would think about. But at the same time, too, you make it all, you know, the other end of the coin, too, if we're being serious, is you go all year and you get here a certain way and you got to stick with that, you know? I mean, what are you going to do? Do what Nick Saban did to win a national championship?
Yeah.
Am I trolling again?
Yeah. Oh, you're.
Hey, Dan, I'm going to get my refill. I'll be right back.
Both players in that scenario were NFL starters. So.
Yeah, they were. And I don't think JT Daniels is Tua Tagovailoa. And that's okay. None of us are. But
that's true. It's true. Yeah. I'm just a man looking for answers, Dan.
Same. What are you eating and drinking at Barcadia?
All I'm having is ranch waters. Is that what they're called nationally?
I have one of those downstairs. They're from Austin, right?
Yeah, well, I used to when I first met my fiance, we always used to get tequila, reposado with soda and lime juice. And then like one day, just turned into ranch water.
Yeah.
There was no name for it when we started drinking this. Now there's a name for it.
Do you know Marshall Newhouse?
I don't.
Okay, so he used to play in the NFL, and I think he's an investor in whatever. There's some company that makes Ranch House cans.
I saw that the cans out there.
There's something rainwater or not rainwater, something.
But I just remember, Dan, when I first started ordering those drinks back in the day, people would like look at me like I'm weird, and like now it's a pretty mainstream drink. So
You're a pioneer. What's for dinner?
I haven't eaten yet.
What are you
I'm
doing?
probably gonna get some wings.
You're drinking on an empty stomach?
Yeah, I've only had a few. I'm completely sober right now. I wouldn't come onto your show slurring my words, I promise.
No, I understand, but you're advocating for JT Daniels, so I kind of
is that
your
judgment? I was advocating for JT Daniels during the Andy Staples show all week.
Yeah.
I'm true to the brand, Dan. You should know that about me.
I see. The thing is, even when I disagree with you about college football things, nobody can accuse you of not committing to the bit.
Yeah,
and I respect that.
And honestly, here's the thing, and the thing that kind of irritates me sometimes, and I hope that people don't view me this way, but I think people view me as like a hot take artist. And I don't want to be like Skip Bayless. I don't want people to think that I'm saying stuff just to get people excited.
Okay.
I actually truly believe the things that I say. And we're debating about college football, and there's right and there's wrong, but it's not like politics or real life stuff that matters to the well-being of people. We're talking about a game, and we're trying to have fun with it, and that's what I'm trying to do. So to me, my personal opinion is that you can't win the national championship if you don't have an NFL starter or quarterback anymore. The game has changed. Now, maybe in 2 hours, I'll be wrong about that. But, one person has natural raw talent that the other one doesn't on the roster. Mm-hmm. The one person that's playing right now clearly isn't getting it done. So do you just go down with the ship, or do you try something new? And I don't get paid $9 million a year to answer that question. I just get paid whatever I get paid to talk about it on Twitter.
And who is Jake Coker starting for in the NFL?
I know, but that was the game has changed so much since then.
I know. I
just don't know if people, but that's what people have been saying to me ever since I started saying it.
Really?
What, Jake Coker won it. It's just okay, if you want to live in, what year was that? 2015?
Yeah.
So,
first of all, I'd much rather live in 2015 than where we are now as a universe.
Me too, bud. But I just want you guys to know that there isn't another show on the face of the earth that I would have joined under these circumstances.
We love you so much.
I know I'm a little much on Twitter. I rub people the wrong way sometimes, but I truly enjoy being on your guys' show.
Can I tell you, you're one of the only sports writer friends of mine that A, I haven't met, and B, I just keep my wife updated on. He's getting married in March.
I know, we're getting married. We're getting married in May. So we were supposed to go to California this past week, but we had to change the plans on that to line up the rehearsal dinner and stuff. And now we're going to go in a few weeks, but we're getting down to crunch time right now. So
I love it.
I'm super excited. I'm super happy. And, I don't know if you guys are like this with me, but I always enjoy the national championship game. I love watching it. I love being there when I've been there, and I love watching it when I'm not. But I also get a sense of sadness that it's over, because the college football season, it comes and goes so quickly. And it's just kind of I wake up tomorrow and it's just oh God, now I got to wait 8 months to do this again. And it's just kind of a sad thing for me.
See, I get it after Thanksgiving, but I get that exact same feeling.
Oh, so way sooner before it's gone. You appreciate that.
Well, so I like Saturdays. I can appreciate the playoff, and you get to see great players, and I appreciate it for what it is, and bowl games, and conference championship weekend, you get great matchups, but it's the spread. It's the entree. It's the final entree of the season, getting Iowa, Nebraska, getting Texas A&M, LSU. See, I like the variety. I think college football is much. It's the heft of college football is much better in late November.
You know what kills me, guys?
January. Yeah.
The game of college football just has so much potential of things that you can do to make that variety more important and more interesting longer. And maybe we can get into this at a time where I'm not in a bar. But showcases, things that you can do with the bowls, expanded playoff, which obviously didn't happen today. And there's a lot of stuff there that I think can make the game that we all love very much even more enjoyable. And I hope that in 2026 or whatever year it is where we finally get some answers to this, that we can, maybe move into the right direction on that.
We'll see. But we still have October. We still have November. I don't look at college football as a sport with potential. I look at it as a fully realized thing that sometimes can't get out of its own way. I love it.
Yeah, well, I guess the dysfunctional
it's always been that way.
Of it are what makes it pretty, right?
Yeah. By the way, you got to eat some wings. You got to eat some food.
Yeah, I'm going to go in there right now and do that, okay?
Will you?
You're going to miss a Lesso.
Yeah, we have a Lesso and Katy Perry about to perform.
I'd much rather look at you guys than them.
I want you to, but I also want you to order water, regular water. You can order ranch water too, but you need to hydrate with it.
So I'm here this is the first night out I've had since the baby was born.
Nice.
And I'm just trying to enjoy myself.
I think that's great.
You know, and I feel like, and I don't know how you guys were or how you were, Dan, but when I first had a kid, I was like, well, you know, this isn't going to change much. And then, of course, it changes everything. And now we need to get like a roster of babysitters on tap, because I never appreciated how freaking hard it was going to be to go out.
Yeah.
It's like, it's a whole thing.
You need to lean on family. You need to lean on, and just, you know, a local high school kid who can sit on a couch when your kid's asleep. It's the best.
Yeah, we are complete, because my fiance is at home, and I feel bad because I'm out enjoying myself with some friends, and she's at home.
I thought you were with her friends.
I made friends with them. I'm with her friends without her.
Okay, fair enough. All right, Ari, go eat some food. Get something in your stomach.
Thanks for having me on, guys, and I hope that we can have a serious discussion and
anytime
talk about football and have a real. I love being on your show, and nobody else that I love more than you guys. All right.
I love it. All right.
Enjoy your night.
Right.
Enjoy your time.
Take care of
yourselves. Okay, bye.
All right.
Bye.
Ari Wasserman of The Athletic. Go and check him out. Ari, good dude. Very good dude. We like having Ari on the show. So here's the deal, guys and girls.
I'm watching Katy Perry perform in standing water in a factory.
Yeah.
Do you know what Katy Perry's name is? Real name?
Is it Katy Perry?
It's not. She had to change it because her real name is the name of an already existing famous person who was famous before her.
I did look this up at one point. I don't recall.
I'm almost positive her actual name is Kate Hudson.
Okay.
I think she's from Southern California, like Santa Barbara or something, somewhere up there, and started out as a Christian singer, if memory serves, something like that.
So if I were to tweet out from the Solid Verbal account,
yeah,
to get people to tag the media member they want us to bring on next, do you think that would work?
Maybe. It's worth a shot. It's a Monday night at 10:07 p.m. Eastern. What's wrong with that?
Tag the college football media member you want us to bring on our live.
All right.
Stream.
I'm just. Do you want me to just blindly send a StreamYard link to somebody we've never had on the show and we've never talked to?
Yes.
Who will probably come on the show?
Yes, please.
Okay.
This is good. We have not prepared for any of this.
Come on the live stream.
I'm still going to tweet this out, by the way.
Yeah. All right. We'll see if he shows up.
All
I'm
right.
almost positive he will. But he might be doing something himself. I don't know. Did you see? You can check who I sent it to.
Oh, you DM'd. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm still working up to this.
Wait, did it do it from? Yeah, I did it from the Solid Verbal account. We'll see.
I just tweeted that out. Let's see who it is. Oh, yeah. That's a good one.
Yeah. That'd be fun.
Yeah, yeah.
Never been on the show. I think we talked about having him on the show.
We have, yeah.
He would definitely come on the show.
Yeah, he'll be on. Provided he's not doing something, he'll be
First of all, we have Christopher in the comments saying no guests. It's halftime. You can watch Katy Perry. We're gonna talk about football. It's a football guest.
Dude, we've been going for like 3 hours already.
Look at this.
Tonight,
2 hours and 7 minutes in this stream. And then we did a half hour for our Patreon listeners.
Yeah. This voice is going to be running on duct tape and chicken wire by the time we get done with this thing tonight. But
Ryan suggested Bailey Zappi.
Bailey Zappi.
Horrific. Who do we have? We have people guessing Katy Perry's name. Ty's face watching Katy. Were you into it?
I didn't really. I flipped over to it a couple times, but I didn't really get the. I was gonna try. At one point, I tried to unmute it to see if I could get the beat, see if it was something I was into, but it didn't work. So,
by the way, I'm not familiar with Katy Perry's more recent songs. I don't know what she's released. But her initial stretch from I Kissed a Girl, I don't know. I didn't like the Vegas song, but there were like, what, 7, 8? Just like.
She had some bangers in there, man.
There were some great songs.
I wanted to ask you.
Stretch of really great songs.
What was
type of music? Yeah.
What was that what was the reception to that California Girls song out in California?
I don't remember anybody taking exception to it. People were into it. I mean, look, isn't that Snoop Dogg's in that song?
Yeah.
He's universally beloved, obviously in the LBC and beyond. Could we get Chip Patterson? Are they doing their own thing? I think he might be tied up, or else obviously Chip Patterson.
Yeah.
Although I see Bud Elliott tweeting, so maybe they're not. I mean, I love Bud.
We get Bud on too.
We could always get Bud. He's the best.
Yeah.
But I feel like he's really locked in and in the zone on Twitter during these types of moments. Okay.
The one saying Pat McAfee. I don't know if we could get McAfee.
I don't know Pat. I know people who know him, but I don't know him personally. I don't think we follow each other. The problem is a lot of the college football media members are in. They're saying, nah, Pat is at the game. That would make sense given his indie career. They're in San Antonio.
Yeah.
For the coaches convention. Bill and Andy Staples. And so they're all probably watching from bars or somewhere all together. Not really ideal for joining as a guest. I think Godfrey is too. I haven't talked to Steve in a long time. PJ Fleck. Golick, I think, is doing a
Golick's in, I think Golick's in Indy because
he posted, he and
Nicole were on Instagram with the Butler Bulldog.
Somebody suggested Tyler from Red Shell Radio. Taylor is what I think the allusion was to. Let's see. Yep, Ari just texted me, thanking us.
Rod Gilmore. Nope, we're good.
I think we're gonna pass. Katy Perry.
So okay, here we go. Christopher says the live lines are Bama -2.5, and the over/under is 39.5. Thoughts? I would not touch that over/under. Even though the game right now is at 15 total points, I've never been good at those.
Right.
I don't have a good feel. Now, here's what's interesting. Okay. Clearly, if Jamison Williams is out in the second half, it changes the complexion of the game. Right. It changes the way that this thing's going to go. That being said, has Georgia really done much offensively that scares you? Like, I still feel like, even given circumstances, Alabama has the most firepower to go forward, just based on what we've seen so far. So with that as like context, I would be inclined to stick with Alabama minus whatever, 2.5, 3 points, whatever you can get. But I don't think I would touch it. I'm not touching it because I got Bama +3. So I'll take the points.
Of course.
In that instance, I'm not going to give them, especially in a 3-point game. But if I were coming down on one side of those two things, yeah, I would definitely go Bama. By the way, talk about an all-time jinx moment. Me talking for the last 2 weeks about going over on Jamison Williams receiving yards.
Oh, man.
Over 112, over 113,
bummer.
over whatever the number is. Go over it. They're going to get him the ball. He blows his knee out.
All right, we have a kickoff and a downing in the end zone. Is Andrew Luck now a media member? What I saw people tweeting about Andrew Luck. Was he like a talker for ESPN?
I don't know if he was a talker, but T.Y. Hilton posted something on his Twitter account after a horrible game yesterday from Carson Wentz.
Yeah. Is T.Y. Hilton on the Colts?
I don't know. Used to be on the Colts.
T.Y. Hilton, Brant. Yeah. T.Y. Hilton.
Posted something that was.
He's on the Colts.
Okay. Definitely posted something that would have been a little demeaning had Big Baby Carson Wentz seen it.
Big Baby?
Yeah.
Is that a thing? Do people call him that in the Philly area?
Yeah, we're not a fan of.
So what does that
I'm
have
not
to do
even
with
an
Andrew
Eagles
Luck?
fan. But
what does that have to do with Andrew Luck? I thought I saw somebody talking about him.
I don't know if he's a media member, but I know that T.Y. Hilton posted a meme implying that he was liking a picture of.
I'm seeing Andrew Luck with a microphone standing next to RG3. Of course, they went 1-2 in the draft back in 2012, I believe. And Andrew Luck looks like he's lost 35 pounds of like football bulk, not unhealthy, but like
nice run. Wow.
Guy's been on the Peloton. That is a nice run. Raising a glass to Bino, but Ivan Maisel is with On 3 now. What's he up to? I don't know. I haven't seen Ivan Maisel stuff. I've always liked Ivan though. I'm going to move you to the driver's seat.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
It's good to be back.
Mel Kiper, you guys can talk about pumpkin pie together.
I would love to have Mel Kiper on this show.
What do you want to talk about, Mel Kiper?
We could find something to talk about. I would definitely talk about the pumpkin pie thing with Mel Kiper.
Oh, okay. Andrew Luck was announced as an inductee into the College
Flea
Football Hall of
flicker.
Fame. Get it. Come on. Get there. Where was what?
My gosh.
Nobody in the frame. That ball got Ledeckied.
That's a deep cut, but I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Was there anybody out there?
What was the miscommunication here? I like this angle. I guess he might have stopped under pressure and threw it above Pickens.
Are they calling grounding?
Yeah. Nobody even there.
Wow. Your big trick play goes for intentional grounding and a loss of down.
Woof. I went to the first wedding I've ever been to. I'm bringing back to Georgia. Trust me. First wedding I ever went to with Jody with an I. It's a fun wedding. Come on. All right. Positive play. 2nd and 19. 3rd and 9-ish. Was in Atlanta, and I knew the groom was a Georgia fan. And after the wedding, there was a bus that took a bunch of us, including the bride and groom, back to the hotel or something, or like an after party. And he jumped on the bus and went, "Who's that coming down the track?" I was like, oh my God. Out of nowhere, I have to hear like a drunk obnoxious. I was like, geez, okay. Georgia fans.
Yeah.
Going.
Yeah, I saw something earlier today. There were Georgia fans in a bar in Indy, and they called the cops on them because they were doing the dog barking.
Oh, man. Yeah, they were barking on the bus.
Yeah. Man. This could be 9-6 again.
Who was that?
That was T.O.
I was going to say.
T.O., by the way, wanted to get on the field.
In this game?
I'm sure he'd play in this game, but he wants a tryout with the Bucks. Now that Antonio Brown went down.
Every single time I've seen T.O. in person since he retired at like Super Bowl Radio Rows and stuff, telling me he can't run 9 routes a game looking like that. He's ridiculous.
He looks like he could still play.
Yeah.
How old is T.O.?
He's young enough. I'm getting a lot.
He's 48. Jesus. He could definitely still play.
The nice steak restaurant from Parks and Rec. What was that called? It was called like Sean is referencing St. Elmo's, but it was called on Parks and Rec. It was like a Charlie somethings. And Ron,
I don't know Parks and Rec that well.
Did you not watch Parks and Rec?
No.
Oh man,
no,
it's
I
wonderful.
didn't.
It's really great.
Here we go. Here's a podcast question. How would you rate this season for the Solid Verbal? Is this the first with Patreon? Are we keeping the Saturday show? What are some goals, ways you guys would like to grow? I mean, you know me. I could talk till I'm blue in the face. How would you rate this season?
It's a commercial break. You can talk as long as you want.
How would you rate this season?
I would, in a lot of ways, say it was our best season ever because you left the day job and fully committed to the bit. And so I got more, not takes, but like in previous seasons, in all previous seasons, you would watch as much as you possibly could. You would be prepared to do the show, even if you didn't feel you were. You were prepared to do the show at a high level to the best of your ability. And we did good shows. But there was like just that extra thing, right? Where like, you knew everything that happened. You knew the significance of it, but you never really had like, it was Mulligan Steakhouse. You never like, okay, now how do I feel about it? Right. But now you have that extra time to be like, all right, Oklahoma State won that game 35-31. How do I feel about it? What do I think it means? And so I thought you added
the added dimension. Yeah.
I thought you added dimension this year. And so hopefully I was able to keep up. But no, we did a ton of video. I recorded more episodes because of Big Boy Bets than I've ever recorded in a fall. And I had a blast. Did my wife solo on Saturdays?
Wives,
the first part of
it's not fair to the wives.
No. Arguably, maybe not with 2 kids under 3. But I would rate it pretty high. I mean, it ebbs and flows with our lives, and we've done some off-season shows that were just super fun and weird over the years that I treasure. But for an in-season, especially coming off of the pretty odd and in a lot of ways bad COVID year of 2020, I had a blast. I thought it was a really good year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm biased, right? I can't give a straight answer. It was a different season for me, especially.
Yeah.
Having quit the job. And as Steve says here, I'll put this on the screen. This is a breakout season for me. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. It was, I mean, it was. And so from that standpoint, yeah, it was the best we've had. Goals for the off season. I mean, we're still figuring that out, to be honest with you, but we'll keep pushing. We'll keep doing our thing here.
Yeah. And by the way, if you are on Patreon or you are thinking about joining on Patreon, let us know what you want from that. If you're like not there yet, but you're like, wow, well, if they did this, I would sign up. Let us know. Or if you're there, you're like, oh man, what if you did this in the offseason? Let us know. We're totally open. We've got exciting plans, but we like hearing from you.
Holly Rowe is reporting that Jameson Williams will be out the remainder of the game, and that they sent John Mechie back to talk to him. Which
deep wobbler intercepted.
Not a good throw. That was not a good throw at all from Bryce Young. So it would at least appear, per that report, it would appear that Jameson Williams is out with some sort of knee injury. We hope he's able to recover quickly. Bryce Young with a bit of a duck there.
Yeah, look at that wobble, huh?
So if you're Georgia, you got the ball now inside plus territory at about the 44-yard line of Alabama. This is an important drive for the Dogs. This is an important drive. You need to get some points here, preferably a touchdown, Dan.
That'd be nice.
You come out of this drive with only a field goal, tying it up at 9 apiece. I don't think that's good enough if you want to win the national championship. Oh, my gosh.
Oh.
Wow. Will Anderson. Why is Anderson? He almost caught that. Oh, my God. Can you imagine?
And he wasn't a Heisman finalist.
I know. What is Stetson Bennett's line this game? Does not feel like it's been, well, I mean, clearly it's not been an offensive type of game for either team, but
no, I would say not.
12 of 20 for 138. It feels worse, doesn't it? He really had to.
Stetson. Come on. Okay. Well, 2 yards, 1 yard, 3 yards. People seem to like Solid Saturday, by the way. Well, in some form, Solid Saturday will be back. I can tell you that.
Correct. That's correct.
Whether we're doing it independently, whether we're doing something with a partner, we've had interest because people seem to like it. So figuring out the right move there. But there will be a pregame show. Either
we'll figure something
Solid
out.
Saturday or something akin, because we had a fun time.
No, it was a good year. We had fun this year. We really had fun this year. And being able to focus time and energy into this was really rewarding for me. In the off season, to answer the question, I mean, I think we just, I feel like we upped the game during the season.
Definitely.
If only because I had more time to kind of meet you where you were at, Dan. And in the off season now, having a full off season to go at this thing in the same way, I think will be exciting. So
they just tried to block Will Anderson only with a running back.
How did that go well?
Not super well.
It didn't.
No.
Who would be your offensive MVP at this point? If you had to pick one, I mean, because
Bama's kicker.
This has been a game dominated by defense, right?
Oh man, George just punted it down to the 1. I don't have a live stats in front of me, but it's probably Will Reichert. I don't know,
not a special teams player. Just to recite the box score for everybody.
So Zamir White has 7 yards a carry. Brian Robinson has 2. Bryce Young, 7 and a pick. Stetson Bennett has done nothing downfield other than that. Did he have one pass downfield? Yeah, he had one pass downfield.
Here's what's crazy about
yards to Pickens. Yeah.
Here's what's crazy about this box score. I'm not so much focused in on the Alabama box score, right? Because I think we kind of know the complexion of this game from their standpoint changed pretty drastically.
Yep.
After Jameson Williams got hurt, right? So that I'm going to take that and put it to the side. But on the Georgia side of things, it's really interesting to look in the passing game.
Oh yeah,
Brock Bowers 3 for 21 hasn't really broken the game open. George Pickens had that one big play early, the 52-yarder, but has been quiet since. Other than that, it's a bunch of small gains. Ladd McConkey hasn't really gotten involved, right?
No.
He's a guy you can put in the slot. You can move him around. You can try and get him the ball in space. They haven't really been able to do that. And so this reads, the box score at least, if you're just kind of taking things in a vacuum, I think the box score reads as a game where Alabama's defense is suffocating Georgia's. And, of course, we know that to be true because we can see the score and we've watched the game. But by no means is this some sort of like fluke effort thus far with one team just getting unlucky or anything like that. It's these defenses have really done a good job. On the Georgia side of things, with respect to the Georgia defense, I think the Georgia defense has been very timely, right? They've given up more yards. They've given up more big plays, but they've been very timely, right? They just got the interception. I don't know what the hell happened on that interception, but they've been able to give up yards while at the same time not giving up points.
Correct. Man. No, I don't have an
Saban
answer
was
for
showing
you.
a little chest hair in that photo.
Looked great.
Coach Dolphin, yeah.
He has not changed in how he looks over the years. Like he just kind of constantly seems 60. I don't know how old he actually is.
Saban's like pushing 70, Dan.
No, I know. All right. I think we've got a bite here.
So we got 1st and 10 at the Alabama 2.
I'm trying to figure. I'm thirsty, man. Okay, next commercial, I'm going to get some water. We have a guest coming in. Wonderful. I think shortly. Yeah. That beer, man. That a beer. I can get another one. The problem with the beer is I might be more entertaining with the second beer, but I also might fall asleep.
Yeah.
I didn't even finish this. I got beer on my glasses.
I'm on number 2 of the 10.5 for what it's worth. One per half.
You're on a second huge beer?
Yeah.
Wow. Good for you.
Yeah.
I got to stay hydrated. Because I grate that cheese, that aged cheese on top of my pie. Salty. But you got to do what you got to do for that umami. Come on, Brian Robinson. Do something. Oh, that's a nice little run. That's still going and going and going. A little 17-yarder. All right. 9-6. The cursed score. Dan, do you play tennis with the glasses? I do. These are actually Oakley glasses, and they've got like a rubber strip by the ears, so it stays on pretty well.
Do you have the glasses? Do you have the George Seifert thing? The glasses holder?
I don't know.
No.
Okay. I don't have a glasses holder, but as it turns out, I'm way better with glasses than I am without glasses. As it turns out, if you can see and your depth perception is improved on the tennis court, you're a better player.
Did you ever do contacts?
I tried for like 2 weeks and didn't like it.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. What are you going to do?
I was without contacts for the weekend.
I would do LASIK though.
Yeah. I was without contacts for the weekend, and it kind of screwed me up. I forgot to order
LASIK,
more.
Then?
No. I don't want to do that.
I'm not playing tennis outside. Somebody asked. I've been playing at an indoor tennis space, which is a little dicey right now. But I usually go to like a bigger tennis thing, like a round robin-y type, where there are a lot of players there, and I haven't been doing that one. So I've been playing with like 2 people. There's Aggie Jason. There's no way to play tennis outside right now in Chicago. It's just it's a degree and freezing. Tennis is pricey. Somebody asked about that. Cass. Rackets, restringing, balls are like in real short supply right now. So they're expensive. You're paying a premium online. If you're playing inside because you live in a cold weather place, court time is super expensive. It's draining my account, Ty. It's draining my account. We need to sell more ads to Geico.
What would happen with your
there's Jameson Williams.
Tennis racket.
Jameson Williams walking right now, by the way.
Yeah, he
a little bit of a hitch,
okay.
but yeah. So hopefully he's all right.
What would happen to your racket if you tried to do your serve and
what would the temperature
did it in like 3-degree weather? Yeah.
I don't think it would be all that pleasant. Speaking of not all that pleasant, it's Jeff Schwartz.
Hey-o. Run the ball, Georgia.
Why is Georgia not running the football? I just don't understand this. Like, they force a turnover and they take 1 minute off the clock and gain 3 yards and give it back to Alabama. And now Alabama,
Jeff's bringing some energy to this conversation.
I love bringing some energy.
I don't really understand. Like, what do teams do? What do they do? I don't get it, man. Coaches get paid all this money and they can't figure out what the fuck is happening on the field.
Their running back's only averaging 7 yards a carry, and I feel like that is discouraging. Why would you give a running back the ball at 7 yards a clip?
Like, I think Anthony Brown might be better than Stetson Bennett.
Like, Stetson Bennett's a real rough watch tonight.
He's not playing well. JT Daniels can't be any worse.
I don't know, man. I generally take them. I don't think college football coaches are geniuses, but they're at practice.
I know. I'll give you that. But I will say, though, this game, and people do not like defensive games. That's fine. But this is a good defensive game. Like, it's not an ugly defensive game.
These guys are ridiculous. These guys are so good.
And the speed on the field is unbelievable. These guys are so fast.
Hey, Jeff, as a former offensive lineman, what do you do to like neutralize a guy like a Will Anderson?
Pray.
You hope he doesn't line up over you.
Yeah. Like what? I mean, how do you handle that? How do you try to scheme around that?
Well, what happens is the defense finds ways to get him one-on-one because our pass protection is dictated by where the defense lines up. Right. So we can say all we want. Okay, we're going to double Will Anderson, but if the linebacker's in a certain spot, we can't do that. And so there's ways to get after him in the run game, right? You can wham him and whack him and trap him. And there's ways to get after his legs and stuff that kind of maybe slow him down the pass game. But again, like they keep all this passing they're doing. Like it's not helping their offensive line block Will Anderson. Now Alabama's just going down, like they're taking what they give them, right? They're finding the running back on all these pressures. Bryce Young's doing a good job of finding his outlet, and the Georgia defense is just not covering the back on all these pressures. They got a zone behind it, just a soft zone. Young's doing a good job of finding those outlets for his offense.
He's just finding where the extra pressure is. Watch, he just throws it right where the space right where he abandoned, right? Outside linebacker, boop, right there. Man. Yeah,
I still have a Zamir White first touchdown plus 900 prop that can still catch.
Yeah, you can hit that.
Wow. What other bets did you make?
So I made 3 total ones. I made Zamir White plus 900 for first touchdown. I took Zamir White over Brian Robinson rush yards, like just head up. And that was looking
good right now. That was
sort of, but they don't run the ball anymore, so who knows? And then I took Georgia live after Williams got hurt and minus 105, just on the money line.
Okay.
Now I gave out the under. I liked the 3 bets I gave out, I think for Fox Sports this week were Alabama team total under 24.5, and Bryce Young under 315 yards, which feels unlikely that to hit. And I think I gave out, I could look up what else I gave out, but I just didn't like a lot of score. Oh yeah, I gave up Georgia over 2.5 sacks. So I don't know what they're at now. I think they're at 2.
They are.
those are the three wagers I wrote about. I just think there are going to be a lot of points in this game. Now, obviously, that long pass that Young hit to the tight end will get him over 315 probably by the end of this game. He's at 239 right now. And he's just kind of taking what the defense gives him. But I mean, Alabama gets a field goal here. How is Georgia going to score a touchdown?
It feels out of hand.
Like it just, and I just don't know. What's funny is I'm going to record my podcast after this. Thanks to you for listening to my podcast, Chris.
Yeah.
And I texted my producer. I was like, what I say doesn't change by who wins this game. Like the overriding theme is these two teams are better than everyone else. Like I'm watching this game, Dan. I'm like, Oregon's got a long way to go, buddy.
Yeah. Why do you think I say things like, I don't know if the playoff is worth it? And like, just win your conference, beat USC and Washington.
I made the argument that a 14 playoff is much better for the Pac-12 conference because it's less games to win a championship. Like winning 2 versus 4 is a big difference. Because
of course,
if a Pac-12 team is good enough to make the 14 playoff, they're probably pretty good. They're not this good, but like people are like, well, USC is going to come. Guys, Pete Carroll walking through that door, and Oregon's much better than they were during the Pete Carroll era. Pete Carroll's not going to take every. I mean,
Washington will win more than 0 games most seasons, and they didn't all the seasons of the Pete Carroll era. Yeah,
maybe we'll see. Let's hope not. And speaking about Pac-12 news, Jaden DeLora going to Arizona feels very weird.
I love you bringing up Jaden DeLora during an Alabama Georgia. Like you are just like so. Do you have any Sam Keller thoughts? Do you have any?
I mean, it's a commercial right now.
I know.
It does not fit Arizona at all. No, not the fit does not make any sense.
No,
so.
But they need a quarterback. I'm going to play Will Plummer. I don't know who's on the roster.
Who knows?
What was I going to ask you? No, something related to this game. Oh no, the one thing I was going to say was like you say Oregon has a long ways to go. I mean they beat Ohio State. They managed to beat Ohio State. Like they have enough guys that they can hang with a lot of, not these teams, but I am optimistic that we don't need to look at football through an Alabama Georgia lens.
Oh, I'm with you.
Worthless.
Oh yeah, I've said this for a long time. Like we only look at success of a season based off winning a championship, which is silly to me because the expectations for every team are so different. If Oregon's win total this year was like 9.5, right? And they won 10 games. Like they surpassed what was expected of them, and they beat Ohio State, which seems like the most improbable win of the year so far, like of any kind of major.
And I saw some low moments from A&M and that they beat this Bama team. But
But
they have guys on that defense who would play for these teams as well. Like they have guys. But
I mean, as good as Oregon's recruited, I mean, KT would play, I guess. But like, would Noah Sewell play for Georgia?
He'd get in there. Yeah.
He'd get in. Justin Flo would play probably as a reserve.
Yeah, Dorless maybe as a reserve. Yeah,
but these are some big boys that Alabama has, man. Like these, I mean, and Jordan Davis is bigger than me.
Like, is he?
I think he's like 6'7", like 365, 370. Okay. He's a giant human.
Yeah.
But he's an interesting pro prospect because he does not rush the passer, and
he comes out on third.
How can you spend a first round pick on a run stuffing D tackle? Like you must have a lot of other needs. I guess other needs filled. Like if you're the Chargers, everyone's like the Chargers should take them because their run defense sucks. But they need like an offensive lineman. Like you can't draft a 2-down D tackle in the first round.
Man, I would take him as a 2-down tackle at Oregon. Whew.
Oh, that's a big incomplete. Man,
are you ahead of us? Yeah,
a little bit, I guess. Like I said, I'm still on my first touchdown. Zamir White punches in to win this for Georgia at the very end. It feels like.
No, he dropped it. We had Roger Sherman on, who's a Northwestern fan. He went to Northwestern.
Yeah.
And after Alabama's 6th string wide receiver took a screen and juked like 3 guys, we were joking around that like he would be the best player in Northwestern history at receiver, and he's Alabama's 6th like best receiver.
Do you hear Nick Saban at halftime was like, well, we have good players that haven't played yet. They're going to play now. We'll see what happens.
Well, there's Corey Brooks.
There's been like 4, 5, 6, 7 hits tonight on Bryce Young that would definitely be penalties in the NFL.
You think that sack would have been? Oh no, that was a Bama sack on Bennett. That where he sort of like arced and suplexed ish. The thing that's wild about it's just nothing's easy. Nothing's easy in this game. Even when Stetson Bennett makes good throws, even when Bryce Young makes a good throw and it's caught, it's not easy. There was the one pass to Jameson Williams where he got hurt. Stetson Bennett had the bomb to George Pickens, but beyond that, everything has been difficult. God, these guys are fast.
Oh,
is Jeff ahead of us?
Yeah.
It's okay. What happened? I don't know.
Blocked kick.
Oh,
blocked the kick.
Wow.
Do you want to go 4 wide, Ty?
Let's do it.
All right, we've got another guest.
Oh, I like it. Surprise.
And one of the universe. Did he say email? Email me the link. All right. Here we go. Blocked. Oh man, it's a big hand. It's a big body that got in there. But the thing is, Georgia's had 3 advantageous, right? They had the interception. They've had opportunities. They had the deep pass to Pickens. They couldn't capitalize. That's the thing.
Yep.
That might be the story. Like, well, Georgia did enough to win. They just didn't.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the defense has put them in positions, right? They've given them opportunities.
Yeah, I'd be furious.
6 points. This is an Alabama defense that has been very good, obviously, but I think one of the points that we've mentioned all year is that you can move the ball on them. It's not impervious, right? It's a different kind of Alabama defense. They've got players, but clearly we've seen, like in games against A&M, you can move the ball against them. So 6 points at this juncture. Both teams are playing very close to the vest. This is truly.
Well, I'm not sure they're playing close to the vest. I just think that the defenses are playing that much better.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I mean, look, if you're going to beat NFL defenses, you have to have like a soon-to-be NFL quarterback.
I think if Williams and Mechie were playing, Alabama would have two or three touchdowns by now. Like there's been plays to be made.
I think from the Alabama side, Alabama's trying to adjust to the fly and to an extent hang on for dear life because of not having those playmakers out wide. From the Georgia standpoint, the score is different, but fundamentally, is it all that different from the first game where it was very clear that Bama felt they had better athletes in space, especially on defense, and they were content to let Georgia go out and run their routes and just sort of cover them. You know, they didn't really have to devote extra resources to the passing game because they felt like they were just as good and they could match up one-on-one.
I think the difference in this game so far is Georgia's defensive line's played way better than the first game.
Oh, yeah.
Like they've been able to hit and control this line of scrimmage, which is why I like Georgia to win the game. I didn't think they'd have 6 points right now. I thought they moved the ball a little bit. That to me is the biggest difference in these games. And obviously, again, not having Williams there because we saw. I mean, he was wide open, made a big play. They haven't found that since they've had long plays, but those have been broken tackles, right? Like the Robinson run, the tight end run down the sideline. It's going to be hard to find those plays. So,
Adam Amin.
He's
4 wide.
Shh, be quiet. Shh, don't say anything. Don't say anything. Shh.
We went 4 wide.
Oh, he's there. Oh.
He's muted though at the moment. Adam Amin's muted at the moment. Oh, now he's unmuted. He got some takeout.
I was being very careful because I was eating crispy tater tots.
Oh no, we want to hear. It's like what?
Is this Is this a full-on ASMR? Oh, things are happening.
You usually call this game from a sideline.
I've called this before.
Yeah.
Oh,
wait.
They ran the football. What a surprise! Weird.
All right. So you tell me how much time is left in the third quarter on your game?
3:07.
3:07.
I have 3:18. So you guys are ahead of me.
All right, I'm pausing for like 2 seconds and then restarting it.
That's a run.
Was that Zamir White?
No. Unfortunately.
Get him down close, Jeff. Just get him down closer, right?
Yeah, he's close.
So I know you guys have been watching this closely all game. I literally just showed up. I just got back to my apartment. I have not watched more than probably 3 games of college football all year, mostly because our Saturdays are locked up doing the NFL. We're doing, meetings and all that stuff. So as an alien entering this atmosphere for the first time, what am I watching out of curiosity?
So, not a lot of offense until that moment. Alabama's number one receiver possibly tore his ACL.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he hurt himself on a long catch that he did catch, or he injured himself in some. Whoop.
Bennett is so scared when he's running the football. Like it's like he just looks so scared.
Georgia's quarterback is a former walk-on. His name is Stetson Bennett.
I've heard. We know Stetson Bennett. We're fans of Stetson Bennett.
Okay, so you remember Stetson Bennett from your college times.
Sure.
Not a lot of offense. Georgia's really struggled to move the ball, though they've run it pretty well. A lot of really good players on defense.
Face mask. Inside the 2-yard line. Now, come on, White. Let's go. Plus
Jeff
900
on for Jeff.
Georgia's starting running back to score the first touchdown in this game.
Plus 900.
Has this all been field goals?
Yes.
It's 5 field goals in this game? Okay.
Correct.
And then a blocked
Alabama
kick.
just had a blocked field goal.
So major, I'm sure I'm not the first person to make this stellar comparison, but major LSU Bama vibes going on right now.
9-6. Yeah.
Except, so I was at that game.
Mm-hmm.
That was a game in Tuscaloosa, right? The 9-6 overtime game.
Yeah, LSU won it there. Yeah.
That game, I was weirdly at that game. I can't explain why, but whatever. And that, like, I think this game is just better played. Like, it's a well played game.
They're moving the ball. Yeah, that was Jordan Jefferson, Jarrett Lee splitting for LSU, and
come on, White.
Are they going to go play action and then hit Brock Bowers?
Plus 900. Yes.
Well,
yes.
Oh.
Jeff can afford chlorine for his pool.
Hey, you guys laugh, but it's like if you get a boat, you got to have gas for the boat, and you need gas money. That's why you don't want to have a boat. You want to be a friend of somebody who has a boat.
I'm really hoping Jeff bet an insane amount of money on that.
Me too.
Yeah. Like Jeff just hit I just won $83,000.
No, I don't bet that much, but I hit Jacksonville money line yesterday.
Yeah.
By the way,
that's a nice one.
Plus 680.
Big win.
And I hit a Steelers Lions money line parlay. No, not money line parlay. Money line parlay. They're both underdogs plus 500. So I had a good day yesterday.
Okay.
Hey, look at this.
I love this for you, Jeff. Let me just say that out loud. I love this for you.
Yeah, we're all Team Jeff here.
Yeah.
Jordan in the comments, UCF fan here. Adam Amin, we love you. I hear your Black Friday call on highlights a lot.
Hey, by the way,
yeah.
rest in peace to our guy. Otis Anderson, one of the best.
Yeah. Hey, Adam, what was it like calling that many Giants games this year?
It was, so you know how this burger is being consumed? You see now there's like less of it than there was about 3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Imagine this is my soul. And every time I call a Giants game, just another bite gets taken out of it.
You're with Schlereth, right? And Shannon and Shannon. We have Shannon on the radio every Saturday for Fox Sports Radio. She's fantastic. And the thing about Schlereth is great is, are we allowed to cuss on this? I already cussed before.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want.
He gives zero fucks, and I absolutely love it. Like, he refuses to learn about analytics. Fine, just don't. He won't learn about it.
And I tell him, I was like, listen, I'm gonna tell you why you're wrong, and as long as you're cool with that, like, it's gonna be a good discussion. But if you don't want to care at all, I am totally cool with that.
Doesn't care, which is
does not care.
Does not care. And he just like most guys in his spot don't actively troll fan bases. And I just love it. I love, like, he just actively trolls during telecasts, like not just on Twitter, like during the telecast, he actively trolls fan bases. It's so awesome. Because, like, in the end, he doesn't need this job, I would imagine, but he's so good at it. Like, I love it. It's so great.
We have a great time because and football people, whatever that means to you, football people seem to respond to him because he's just a football guy. Like, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean, because we use that term, just like, that's a football guy right there. And I'm sure everybody's got an interesting and unique picture in their minds as to what that means. Right. Whatever you're picturing, it's probably Mark. So he's a great guy to work with, and he's just a supremely, like, kind person and all that good stuff.
By the way, if you want to tip us in the comments so that we can put together money for Adam to buy some AirPods. So his wired headphones don't.
No, we're not. We do not mess with AirPods anymore. All right.
Did you lose like a million?
You have a bad.
We've lost so much. I've lost 3 of them. 3 individual ones, not 3 pairs. 3 individual pods. I'm done.
But your microphone is just clicking against your beard constantly.
Is it really? Is it
Yes.
just like a lot of this?
Yes.
You said it was an ASMR stream, so I just went with the flow.
Did where's the takeout from? Somebody wants to know.
Place called Plant B.
Oh,
So
I know about that. Yeah.
So I've done. So this past weekend was our last weekend as a crew together. We had a lot of red meat. I had a lot of red meat this weekend. I try to limit my red meat intake.
Yep.
And when I eat it, I'm going all out. So we had enough red meat, so I go back to a little more plant-based during the week. And I just had a wonderful Chipotle avocado plant-based burger and some very, very crispy tater tots.
Who'd you have this weekend?
We finished out with Arizona, Seattle.
Oh, good game.
Good game. Arizona blew its chance for the number 2 seed.
Oh, shocking.
49ers did everything in their power to help them out, and the Cardinals had all these chances to clinch a playoff spot, lost 3 in a row, had a chance to clinch the number 2 seed, lost the game they needed to win.
Yeah, when the Cardinals were 7-0, I told everyone, I was like, just don't buy them. Just don't. Kingsbury, every year, they do the same exact thing. Did it at Texas Tech, then Arizona. They're much worse second half of the season, and they're much worse the second half of the season. So what a surprise. 3-7 the last 10 games after starting 7-0.
We're getting donations in for your AirPods.
Oh my gosh. We'll send those to a worthy cause, a much worthier cause than the AirPods, but thank you for that.
Here's a quick reset. Even though Adam's a legend, and I think everybody in here knows who Adam is, but because he's not in college football anymore, I'm going to let you know. Adam Amin was at ESPN for a number of years and called every single damn sport that ESPN broadcast, including college football, for a number of years. He's now at Fox, where he calls NFL games, Major League Baseball games. Do you do any other sports? You do college basketball sometimes?
No, maybe once in a while, but not as much.
Once in a while. And he's the voice of the damn Chicago Bulls. That's pretty great.
It's a fun run. We're having a good time here, folks.
And we go way back with Adam because we messed around and had people tweet at him that he should drink milkshakes with us. And that sounds great.
That was the start of a lovely friendship. The beginning of a wonderful and long friendship with some delightful people.
Yeah.
What's the general vibe going into Indianapolis on this Monday? Like I know we're watching the game. You've given me a nice synopsis of what we've seen through 3 quarters already. But what was the general vibe going into this? It's Alabama, Georgia again. Just give me a sense of where you guys were at coming into Monday with just your vibe about the game.
Well, I mean, we saw it already. We saw it already a month ago. And so I think the vibe, at least from our standpoint, was we'd like something different. Not necessarily a different matchup, but just a different game. And to be technical about things, we've seen that so far. It has been a different game, much different game for a multitude of reasons. I think we wanted a closer game. The last game was a 17-point spread, but 17-point final, 41-24. And so, we both had a pretty strong desire to see a closer football game. I would have liked to have seen more offense and certainly fewer injuries, but I guess beggars can't be choosers. So from that standpoint, I wanted to see more of a breakout game from Stetson Bennett.
Yeah. Rise to the occasion. Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to see him rise to the occasion because I think he's taken a lot of shit, frankly. And I don't know
after hours language.
Yeah. I like Ty after dark. I like Ty after. I'm a fan of Ty after dark. I'm a big fan of him.
10:54 Eastern.
I mean, he's taken a lot of shit, right? He has. He really has.
Yeah,
totally.
And I would have liked to have seen him do more to maybe quell some of that criticism. I don't know if he's done it here. And so in the absence of offense, in the absence of Jameson Williams, everything comes back to 9-6, doesn't it? Like it just it always ends up at like a 9-6 type of game in the SEC in some of these close rivalries and matchups. And here we are. I guess it's 13-9 now, but
all right, back from break.
We'll see if Bama can mount any kind of charge.
Should mention Jeff Schwartz with a G. Listen to Jeff Schwartz is Smarter Than You, actual name of his podcast. Longtime NFL offensive lineman, Oregon Duck offensive lineman, played for Giants, Vikings. I was about to say Hornets, but I think the team there is the Panthers.
I think they are, yeah. I think still, maybe. I don't know. I mean,
Chiefs.
Who knows? I'm not sure anyone watches them anymore.
And Jeff lives in Charlotte. Adam's in Chicago.
Yes.
Here we go.
So by the way, the Bulls, like I follow the NBA. This year will be on February 14th. Will be the first day I pay attention. But the Bulls are good, right? They're good this year.
They're the one seed.
They're right now. They're number one in the East. It's 15 games over 500, which is weird to say. Yet somehow
all their best players are from LA and playing for the Bulls.
I know Zach LaVine's on the team.
Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Alex Caruso played for the Lakers and won a championship. Even though he's from Texas, he was an Aggie. I saw Jason donated $5 for the AirPod fund. So shout out to Texas A&M. Lonzo from Chino Hills, another UCLA guy. Nikola Vucevic played at USC when he came to the United States. So yeah, a lot of West Coast flavor. A lot of guys with chips on their shoulders.
Adam, which is harder to call, football or basketball?
Football. And I think it's the intricacies of it. And Jeff can speak to this, just being somebody who's in the trenches. Our eyes, and we've had great conversations about the TV aspect of it. Our eyes stay with the ball, and there's so much more happening off the ball. Great throw.
Wow. And that's Hall, who had 2 catches during the regular season.
Yeah, he's the guy that we joked about with Northwestern.
Yeah.
I'm now watching.
I think he had 3 targets heading into tonight. They said
3 targets. That's correct. Yep. 20 yards total to his name.
People are worried about Adam not having something to dip his tots in. That he's having dry tots.
They're crispy enough and fresh enough to where I don't feel that lack without a dipping sauce. And I had a lot of sauce. There was a Chipotle aioli on the burger itself, which is pretty good. So I feel like I have enough. This is almost a palate cleanser as a tater tot, believe it or not.
BYOT, it's bring your own texture.
Bring your own texture. And right now, the crispness is what's getting me, so I'm happy right now.
Favorite spot this year for Saturday night production dinner?
Oh, great question. Actually, it might have been this past weekend. It was one of my favorite Italian meals we had. Tommaso's in Phoenix, Arizona. Okay. Great Italian place. And by the way, we did order from Pizzeria Bianco as well for lunch. So
nice.
2 great spots in the Phoenix area. I know Dan is he sings at the altar of Pizzeria Bianco, as many of us do.
Very good.
I'll wait to the end of this drive about bragging about a pizza tweet.
I was going to say.
Well, you had a big day today, Dan, from what I understand.
So there's a place in Jersey City. It's one of my favorite places in the world, a pizza place. And I just bought the guy's book. And they just tweeted at me because they saw a picture of my pizza with just like a fire emoji. And like my heart started pounding.
This is what gives us life in our 30s, folks. For those of us in our 30s, these are the things that give us life.
You wouldn't understand, Ty. Now that you've hit 40,
stop it.
Ty, you're the youngest looking 40-year-old I've seen. Okay, here we go.
Do you go for it here?
I would, yeah. I don't think they're going to, but I would. Because, I mean, if you missed it,
touchdowns are at a premium in this game, it feels like, Jeff, right? So, and even if you don't get it here, you're backing them up.
The thing about it is you've had chances to, like, you've had guys open and just have, like, you dropped a pass, you missed the guy there.
Why don't they do a design run to Bryce Young? They haven't really put him on the move yet. I know that's not necessarily his game.
The one thing that's nice about college football over the NFL is, like, we don't have 85 people on Twitter with their own 4th down bots tweeting out about about college football. Like, I get it, and I'm pro go for it. Like, I am.
Sure. Yeah.
Like Brandon Staley, if you want to go for it, be my guest. You are out of the playoffs. Good for you. Keep going for it. Like, I'm fine with his
way. Yeah.
I'm fine. Like he's that's his thing. He's going to go for all the time.
If that's going to be your signature for the next 6 years as an NFL head coach,
just do it.
Fine.
Yeah.
Cool.
Mike Tomlin's never going to do it. Okay, fine. Like, that's their choice.
He'll go for 2 a million times in a game, but he won't go for it on 4th down.
So, like, just like sticking, and Brandon Staley's done it all year. Like, all right, cool. So, like, but there's not a lot of people in here that are going to be like the win percentage is going to, like, there's 0. I see 0 tweets about that. Like, it's nice.
Yeah, that is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it mostly is when people get upset about, like, going for it or not going for it. It's mostly just like, hey, in the Boca Raton Bowl, Kirk Ferentz decided to punt it in plus territory on 4th and 2.
What a silly thing to do in the Boca Raton Bowl. Right, we always say that. Yeah. What a silly thing to do in the Boca Raton Bowl. Been saying it for years.
It just floats into nothingness. Nobody thinks about it for another second. Nobody writes about it. Nobody cares. Not because it's Iowa, but just because there's a million games and nobody has that strong a thought about it.
I have to imagine a 15-13 game would be very close to a scoregami.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a great point.
By the way, we had a question about that, didn't we, Dan? Somebody asked us on one of our Q&A shows about a scoregami in the national championship.
Oh, that would surely be a scoregami for a championship, I'd imagine.
I would think so, right?
Unless there's like some weird. Well, I mean, there hasn't been a championship game before '98, right? That was like a championship game. So, right, because always the bowl games were. It wasn't never a championship game.
Guys, don't blow up Adam's high-paying gig at Fox. You know what? Adam is too much of a pro. He is not going to endanger his career, and he's fine. Also, like, I think Fox is just cool. Like, Fox is okay with people just like eating tots on a stream. Like,
nobody's gonna care that I'm on this.
Right?
No, like they're not gonna be like nobody's watching
this.
Nobody's watching this. Wow, that sounded so patronizing, and I'm so sorry that's how it came off as. Nobody at Fox is gonna be upset that I am hanging out with my friends. Nobody's gonna be upset at me.
I also work for Fox Sports.
Yeah,
and my boss is currently at the game because he's a Georgia fan, so he didn't get.
Oh sure, most of our bosses are half in the bag probably right now. Yeah. You want to be honest? They're all half in the bag in Indianapolis right now. Okay,
so he's at the game. Like he is not. I keep texting him. He's like, "Don't do this to me. Don't stop texting me."
If they're not at the game drunk, they're drunk at St. Elmo somehow. Okay, like that. There's or hopefully at Maxine's Chicken and Waffles. I don't know if they're open this late, but that's the. That is the joint.
They delivered St. Elmo's to the press box at halftime.
I saw the photos, and admittedly, those are some of the things that I would miss right now if I were in Indianapolis.
Is Indianapolis just wall to wall St. Elmo's Steakhouse? Is that the only? There's
one St. Elmo's Steakhouse like right in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And like for whatever reason, it's the only place people want to. It's the ultimate tourist spot, and I don't mean that as an insult. That is not an insulting thing. That's just. If you're coming to Indianapolis, if you've never been to St. Elmo's and had the shrimp cocktail sauce and had the shrimp cocktail, it's just one of those things. Just do it. You have to do it. You have to have it. You have to experience it. It's a unique item in this country's food tapestry.
Dan, you never had it before?
No, I've never been to Indianapolis.
It clears out your sinuses in the
best
way possible.
Yes.
Or worse
it's an exciting, like I enjoy like a kick of horseradish, and this is a little bit added to it, which I appreciate.
Oh, I'm not anti. I
didn't think you were. I'm just giving you a sense for when we actually do get to go at some point, which I'm sure we will. We'll make it a point to go to Indiana. It's only a 3.5 hour drive. We'll make the trip.
And everything's like in one place. It's like, so you stay in downtown, you walk everywhere. So St. Elmo's just like right there. Because I was there for the Big Ten championship game. I didn't go to St. Elmo's. I'd been there. I was going to with 100,000 people there going to the game. I wasn't going to St. Elmo's. But it's good. It's good. It's unique. I went there before a game, I think. This is the best time to eat it.
I just have never seen like a sports writer or anybody tweet out like, hey, got some pho in Indianapolis.
Yeah, right. Nobody's like, guys, I found a great Korean fusion place.
What are they doing?
Oh, this is not good.
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm not there yet, and I'm excited to see what's about to happen.
Jeff, what's that play? What is that?
The reverse. Just keep running the ball straight.
Oh, he just ran right into him. Yeah.
Why? And again, I'm coming into this cold, no real real in-depth knowledge of these teams. But I would imagine Alabama has a lot of speed sideline to sideline. So why are you trying to run east and west when you feel like you could be picking up positive yardage in the trenches?
I hear. So here's my thing about bowl games and playoff games is, most weeks you get obviously 1 week to prepare for a game. Oh boy!
Wow!
Mm-hmm.
They call that a fumble. He threw his bag down,
and it didn't make it to the line of scrimmage either, right?
And Alabama picked it up.
Will Anderson oh my God!
Adam, let's be honest. Even though you're out of college football, you've seen this game 6 times already.
We've seen this a lot.
You've seen the names and numbers are different, but you've seen this game.
Yeah, it feels very familiar.
You've seen this.
Oh.
Alabama ball.
That's how it's rolled on the field.
Did he get it? I didn't even see.
That's a pass, I think.
I look like a pass to me.
Yeah, and it landed ahead of him. It landed ahead of him, right? Because he threw it at the 8.
Oh yeah. No,
his arm is coming forward. It doesn't matter that the ball just kind of went up in the air straight. It still lands forward, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it still landed like at the 15.
I mean, Georgia tried a couple trick plays today, and they had an intentional grounding on the flea flicker. And
oh gosh!
And they had, which I think was a bad call. The wide receiver stopped running and just threw it deep. Which, I mean, he was definitely throwing it away, but it was like not very egregious. And then that reverse was, which is just whatever. Well, yeah, there you go. That's how. Yep, there you go. That's how I feel, buddy. Watching your offense. So here's
that is a very SEC fan right there. Like I feel like that's a shot I see every week.
Here's my thing about coaches in these games, because I thought
was that ball coming out?
Experienced this well with Chip Kelly. I felt Chip always did this in these games, just because I was so close to the Oregon program. It's like they overthink the moment because they have too much time to prepare.
Sure.
Like when you have 1 week to prepare, you're just boom, 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 boom. But you have weeks or 10 days, 15 days. You just have too much freaking time. And you know how boring it is just to like draw up inside zone runs all week. You're like, we're gonna run reverses and flea flickers and all this stuff. And like
three guys in the backfield. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, how do we just run our offense? Like Nick Saban they've done nothing tonight. They just run their offense.
If anybody's ever played Madden,
they are currently losing.
Or the old NCAA video game series, you can relate to that. Because eventually, the stuff that just always works kind of gets...
Yeah, you're going to run clown post because you know you're going to hit X 15 yards down the field.
Seattle. Let's see what happens here.
Like, there's only, sometimes it's 4 verts, sometimes it's 34, wide.
It's always 4 verts. It's always 4, to be fair. But, you get bored. You got too much time on your hands.
The Bama guy, is he out of bounds here?
So they're trying to ascertain whether or not he establishes possession inbounds when he grabs the ball, because if it is a fumble and he has possession, then it's Alabama ball.
It looks like there's green between the
field.
So Adam, you're in these situations a lot where you're talking this through in the booth. The fact that they keep showing that with him dropping his foot seemingly inbounds, does that give us a tell that maybe they're thinking this is a fumble?
Yeah, well, the ruling on the field was fumble. So you have to now establish whether or not possession goes to Alabama. Did 8 secure possession on the side, or maybe it was 14. Did they establish possession on the sideline? That's the ruling on the field. Now, the other part to the replay is, will the officials look at this and say, after all that, this was an incomplete pass? Now, if you don't have evidence one way or the other, you hear the phrase all the time, right? Indisputable video evidence, everybody's favorite broadcast term. If you don't have evidence to overturn the call on the field, you have to stick with fumble, and then you have to establish where the ball is going to be. And if possession's grabbed by Alabama, it's Alabama ball. That's what they're taking a look at. If possession is not ruled in Alabama's favor, then it's a ball that goes out of bounds, and it would stay with Georgia at whatever yard line he fumbled the ball at.
I just failed to I guess the ball's that might be empty hand. Are they running?
I mean, it seems like it's coming out there.
Here's what's funny. If I'm going common sense on this play, to me that's a fumble.
Yeah.
If I'm going with the real established, like what I think it should be, it felt like his arm's going forward, but the trajectory of the ball has a lot to do with how it's going to be perceived. So after all that, play stands. Ruling on the field, you have to go with it. That was an Alabama recovery on a fumble, and that's a tough break for Georgia regardless.
Yeah. The play stands as called, and it's going to be Alabama's ball deep within Georgia territory.
When this happens during an NFL game, do you get to talk to Pereira about it or not? Or
either Pereira or Blandino. Yep. So our guy Dean Blandino, our guy Dean Blandino, friend of the Solid Verbal, Dean Blandino.
He doesn't know it, but he is.
He doesn't know it, but he's a friend of the Solid Verbal.
That's right.
It's always good to have that safety blanket. I take a lot of pride in at least knowing the baselines of the rules, and then it's nice to have somebody who's essentially like Dean. Like they made the replay system for Dean Blandino, and then he bounced. So, like it's good to have that safety blanket. The same way Bill LeMonnier, who I've known for years, is really good at what he does. It's good for Fowler and Herbie and those guys to have him.
All right, so Alabama ball.
We had a CSC event supervisor walking across the field. Is there something going on over there? Is there
another turf issue?
Was there a mutiny in the stands? I like how I'm clutching this pillow like that. This is a very dramatic moment. I'm very cozy right now, but I'm nervous.
I have to say, well, let's see what happens with this play here.
Incomplete. Oof, man, that's tight.
This Hall guy's getting some work. He's the token, or no, that's Holden. Excuse me. Hall and Holden are the God. It must be the beer. They're the two token receivers in this game that got virtually no love during the season because why would they? And now they're becoming.
Oh, they finally got a rough in the passer. I've been waiting for this all game. They have hit Bryce Young 1,000 times this game. Oh, what a stupid! Why are they so stupid, man?
Oh, that's not a good play. That's not. It's just. That's a really bad play to make.
What a stupid penalty!
He just pushed him for no reason at the end of a play.
No. They called it. He hit the quarterback in the face with his hand.
Oh, yeah. Well, hands in the face.
Forcible contact to the head or neck area. I mean, Georgia's defense can only do this for so long.
Yeah. Well, this has been the story of their season, right? Like they've just been able to win up front for the majority of the year on defense, right? They have one of the best defenses ever, recruiting class wise, one of the best defensive fronts in the country. Like this is their story. This is how you win a championship now. Like they've praised you all year for the last 4 months that this is the strength of your team. You have to win it with it now. You have to win with it now.
Apparently,
they have to score a touchdown with it now. So
somebody threw something onto the field.
Gotcha.
That supervisor was on there.
Dan, can we get like 50% of this defense at Oregon? You think?
Get all the third string dudes to follow Dan Lanning.
Like what can we like? Think about it. We'll easily be the best defense in the Pac-12 conference just by having with the talent we have and a good coordinator.
Yeah, I mean they're going to recruit really well. It's a matter of are all the coaches top to bottom as good as Georgia's coaches on defense top to bottom. When Will Muschamp is a friggin' analyst.
Oh, I know. The Pac-12 is not quite there on the we're going to hire there we go. Nice. God, that's a nice play.
Ooh. Wow. So again, Georgia's front does its job and wins, and the back end doesn't hold up.
I'm not going to watch what you're talking about. Latu? Is it Latu or Latu?
I don't know, but that was my bet, Jeff. That the great state of Pennsylvania did not allow me to place because of weird Byzantine rules. I was all in on Latu, however you say Cameron's last name, him scoring a touchdown.
So there's no chance Georgia comes back in this game, right? Like it's not going to happen.
They've just never been in this position ever. They're always at this point in games they're up 17-35.
Yeah, they're up 2 touchdowns at least.
Yeah. Like you got to go to JT, right? Because you got to throw the ball to get back in this game. I mean, they're determined they're not going to run the ball anymore.
I mean, you're going to bring them in cold at 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Wouldn't that be kind of an interesting twist considering the last time these two teams met in the title game?
I would love it because I talk about it for my living. But
okay,
going for 2. I'm not there yet.
That's a very important miss because even if Georgia scores and makes a 2-point conversion, still hit my Alabama +3 or at least push. So we're good. I got to say, despite the fact that this has been a very defensive oriented football game, and typically that is not my cup of tea.
Right.
It's been very entertaining.
Sure.
This has been way better than like 9-6. I know we
listen. This is all you, but this is all you hope for. Especially for somebody like me, if I'm doing a game like this. Listen, I just did Pacers Celtics, right? Awful basketball game for 3.5 quarters. We get to 6 minutes to go in the fourth. We got a 4-point game, and the game goes to overtime. Jason Tatum hit a shot at the end of regulation to force OT, and we got 5 extra minutes out of it. That's all you hope for. You have muscled your way as a fan, as a broadcaster, as a coach, as a player. You've muscled your way through 3 quarters of just dreck, and you get a close game for 10 minutes to determine a title. So at least there's that.
From my memory of 9-6, it was just so frustrating to watch.
Sure.
And while there have been frustrating elements of this game, it just it feels.
No, this is a good game. This is
a very good game.
Yeah,
yep.
Very good game. Yeah.
So the difference between this score and like a Big Ten game is, of course, like the speed of the game, right? Like the speed and the hitting and the precision. There have been some good plays on offense. If this was like Wisconsin, Purdue, you'd be like, oh,
sure.
No, it's just these guys are just good football players.
Indiana, Penn State.
Yep.
Or Illinois, Penn State in a 9 overtime contest that doesn't generate this much offense.
But the thing is with this game too is because of injury, because of whatever, like the receivers in this game are not amazing. Like
which has been the case in the championship game for like a few years. There's just been like A+ level receivers on both teams for the most part.
Yes, yeah, it's been the case that they have been. Yeah, between like the Clemson, LSU, and Bama guys. So between Georgia, they have good receivers, but the offense isn't built around them. And Alabama has good receivers, but the best 2 of them are hurt. And so we're getting this like who's going to win on like a 17-yard field game right now.
That game 10-yard fight for Nintendo.
Oh, I love 10-yard fight. My first football game.
It's a good game.
So now they're calling back to the last meeting with the quarterback change.
Chick-fil-A getting a little airtime here. Bill Hancock always getting his
God, he pops. He's like Forrest Gump. His name pops up in like key moments of football, and you're like, oh yeah. It's just like every time they show like the celebration. Oh, there's Reese Davis who finds himself in the center of another like kind of special college football moment.
Mm-hmm. Bill Hancock.
There's Holly Rowe on her phone.
Appomattox Courthouse. Crazy.
The Battle of Bunker Hill. Is that Bill Hancock in the background of this artist's rendering of that battle?
I'm just surprised at the Colts logo. They didn't paint over the Colts logo. Like the Colts
look
were
at
on
that.
the road this weekend. They didn't have. They couldn't just find a way to paint over the logo.
They were losing in Jacksonville, and they don't have to play another game at home now.
Colts fans probably painted over that logo.
Yeah, they're like, forget this.
Oh man, it's that. I think that call, whatever they called on the field was going to stand. If they called it incomplete pass,
yes, I agree.
Would have stood.
And that's what's tough about those bang plays, because that's why they have that stand element as well. Because if this were a straight up human element, no replay 15 years ago or whatever, then I'm like, all right, well, it's just we called it as a fumble. It's going to be a fumble. So I respect that, but now that you see how the sausage is made, it's more frustrating to see it happen that way sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
This would be Saban's what title? 8th at Alabama?
8th.
9th overall, 8th at Alabama.
Like,
just ridiculous.
It shouldn't happen that easy, but I mean,
it's absolutely ridiculous.
I don't even hate it. It's just like, oh, this guy has leg tats. Oh boy.
Yeah.
It's a bold choice.
It's not a man. That's not somebody you want to mess with.
Mm-hmm. I think he has. Is he the guy that has one on each knee?
Yes.
Is that Burton?
Yeah, that's Burton.
Calabasas high.
You get fined in the NFL. Got to pull those pants down, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Can't show those knees. Oh boy.
Loving this play action game right now. Yikes.
Wow,
that is like the most flags in one concerted area I think I've ever seen.
3 flags and a mouthpiece.
What
on the field?
Isn't it crazy how like Georgia's pass defense was basically dead? The offense was almost dead, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, here they are, they're back.
Yeah, they've decided to start running their offense with 9 minutes left in the game.
Oh, that's a penalty. See, this is why I'm in favor of.
It got a lot more obvious on the second replay how obvious of a penalty it was.
That's why I don't mind the spot foul in the NFL. The NFL needs to do both spot foul and 15-yard. I think they need to be able to, like, if you tackle someone like that, spot foul. But if you're just incidental or whatever, 15 yards.
It's like a flagrant 1, flagrant 2. Yeah.
They're just gonna fucking throw the ball, aren't they? They don't kill it. Oh, he caught it.
Whoa. Yikes.
Wow.
Oh.
He's got time though. Wow.
Dan, you gonna come to Atlanta for Labor Day weekend or what?
That's right. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna make it happen too.
Got family there. I like the city a lot.
I promise.
Who's Oregon
bring my kid. I want to bring my kid, but it's going to be an 8 p.m. kickoff. Like, it's
oh, that's tough. That's a tough one if it's 8 p.m.
Oh God! Don't. Oh, jeez, what are they doing?
Oh, good Lord.
Jeez, they're just gonna throw the ball all the way to a loss.
Yeah, and what's crazy, yeah, and that's what I'm looking at now, because you get these fresh sets of downs. You're at plus 32. This is a great time to get back to, let's run a zone run, get 5 yards, and then we have more of a play. And again, I understand that this is a weird this might be the NFL mentality now, just only watching those games and seeing tempo and seeing like tendencies. College football coaches, I think this goes back to Jeff's point, they try so hard in these games to, you're not going to get our tendencies. You're not going to get our tendencies. What if your tendencies are really good? What if you're really good at those tendencies? Mm-hmm. Nice pickup on the blitz there.
Oh,
wow.
Wow.
Dan's going to enjoy this. Enjoy this.
Wow.
Okay, here I'm watching it now. Whoa. Oh my God.
Catch.
Right after Jeff's been saying, don't pass it. Okay.
We had a long conversation about this gentleman's first name when we had Roger Sherman on the program.
Oh, yeah.
Earlier.
Adonai.
Yeah.
Whose middle name is also a god's name.
The over might be in trouble here. I had the under like pretty much pegged. And I mean, it might.
What was the total for the game?
52, I think, right?
Okay.
Around there.
No, you know what? I still think you're in okay shape.
I mean, it's what, 39?
Yeah, but this feels like we got a lot of points in the last 5
Maybe
minutes.
this might be a wild finish, but I don't know.
Can you imagine?
I don't think Alabama panics. That's the thing.
I'm going to posit a theory here that everybody's going to hate, but it feels very appropriate in this moment. Let's see what happens here first. As they go for 2, 19-18, 8 minutes left.
I'm going over to watch an episode of The Office.
Okay, never mind.
All right, so 1 point game. Where's your head, Ty? Or what were you thinking about?
Well, I'm thinking if they get the 2-point conversion, it's a 3-point game.
Right.
I mean, it's already been a game of field goals. Alabama going down, getting a field goal isn't too far gone. They changed the rule in college football in overtime this year.
Yeah.
And
would you guys want to see like because what does it start? Triple overtime is when you do the shootout?
Penalty kicks, essentially.
Penalty kicks, essentially. Like, I know we've always had these discussions about like association football or like hockey games that have to end in a shootout. And
it'd be a shitty way to end a game.
Wouldn't this be a shitty way to like? I don't mind an overtime. Obviously, you get your shots for two periods of overtime. I would not want to see this game go to as dramatic as it would be. I'm sure ESPN would love the ratings and all that, but like, I don't want to see that.
It can't. I mean, it's 1918. I would imagine that's probably not going to happen today.
Not going to happen.
I agree, but I'm like, just that.
I also thought the Chargers weren't going to come back and go to overtime last
night. Down 15 with 8 minutes left.
Yeah, I was at a night. Think about this: the Chargers had a 19-play drive that lasted only 2 minutes.
Yeah,
19-play drive that lasted 2 minutes and 3 seconds
because they couldn't catch on first, second, third down, but only on fourth.
There were 2 19-play drives in the NFL yesterday. I called one of them. I think there have been 4 this year, and I've called 2 of them.
But you did not call a 3rd and 9 quarterback sneak.
No, and nor did I get completely confused by what the hell that formation was from inside their own 10-yard line either.
Oh, that's unbelievable. And he's going to keep his job. So God bless Judge.
When's the next Bulls game?
Tomorrow night. They play the Detroit Pistons tomorrow. And then Wednesday night, speaking of ESPN, I will not be working the Nets Bulls game because ESPN takes it. And then Friday night, we do the Warriors game. And then Saturday, they play the Celtics.
Nice. Okay.
Now it's just this. It's like games of anywhere from 2 to 5 games a week now. But it's all NBA basketball, and it's all,
So who did you say was doing the Warriors? ESPN or TNT or who?
So ESPN's doing the Nets and Bulls, and then ESPN's also doing the Bulls and Warriors on Friday, but that's also a local broadcast too. So like it's just everybody does it.
So you get to see Klay Thompson.
We get to see Klay Thompson. Yeah, we get to see Klay at the United Center, where I can't remember if he had like a 50-point game against the Bulls or like scored 39 on like very few dribbles. Or 60-something on very few dribbles.
Right.
I had it in my notes. I just haven't looked at them because we haven't played the Warriors in like 2 months.
That's going to be a loud. I mean, they're the both.
It'll be fun.
Onesies. That'll be a loud United Center.
It'll be very, very fun.
I mean, he missed 940 days, and he's back playing basketball.
Incredible.
That's a lot of mental fortitude.
Yeah, and he dunked on his second bucket.
Mm-hmm.
What's Mitchell's name? You were saying that he has two interesting names.
Well, so Adonai is I'm not an expert here. Jeff might know. In the Jewish faith,
God.
Adonai is God. Yeah.
Okay.
But his middle name is like a Sumerian god or something, according to Roger.
Oh, okay.
Let me
man.
let me hear.
What is Stenson Bennett in Hebrew?
Yeah.
Accountant?
Backup.
This would be Nick Saban losing to a former walk-on quarterback. It's got to be pretty embarrassing for him, right?
That'd be rough.
Man. There's still 8 minutes left in this game.
Oh,
So that's what concerns you a little bit. Here's what about the over. I mean, about the total. I am interested to throw this out there. I get the feeling this could be a touchdown and a field goal game. So like 10 more points in this game. I still kind of feel like you could be okay in the under territory.
Yeah, but Bama could go touchdown, 2 point, and then Georgia just can't scores a field. Gets a touchdown. We got overtime.
You're right. But I don't know if we're gonna have 2 more touchdowns in this game, unless we do have what you were kind of angling towards to be like maybe we just have the wildest final 6 minutes of this game ever.
Oh
Jordan Davis is so big.
Could you imagine? So I think I'm caught up to you guys. I turned it off and then on. I refreshed. I just watched that. 8
minutes, 7:59, 7:58. Replay.
Circle yellow.
Oh yeah, we're all back. We're all back together now. This is good. I'm glad Dan's
good to have you back.
Thanks, buddy.
His middle name is Enlil, which is the Mesopotamian god of the atmosphere.
That's awesome.
So his name is God
Mitchell. I love that.
Trying to emphasize the point.
God sham God.
Mm-hmm.
God.
God.
How about this? Matt Brown at Matt Brown CFB tweeted out the last coach to lose a game 19-18 was Nick Saban in Michigan State.
Wow.
Incredible scoregami adjacent note right there.
How do you find that? That's incredible.
Just search the database.
Yeah, they'll have just databases.
Man.
Like Scoregami has a great, I love Scoregami's website.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where you could just kind of look at the grid.
I played a Scoregami game.
Were you in a Scoregami game?
Look at you.
I think it was the 52-49 Giants Saints.
Oh, the Giants Saints game. That's an insane game. Yeah. That was an absolutely crazy game.
I think it was 13 passing touchdowns in that game. It was Eli and Drew Brees, 13 passing touchdowns.
Incredible game.
How about this? My brother and I have we've both played on the losing team to score the most points in the NFL and lose a game.
Did he play in the Rams Chiefs game?
Yep. Lost 54-51.
Man, so
and I lost 52-49.
You played Saints Giants. He played Rams Chiefs on
the losing team too.
Wow.
Yeah, how about that?
Man, that's an impressive level of connectivity there.
Yeah.
If not somewhat dubious. All right, so here you go. George is going to get the ball back.
If they pass the ball right now, I'm going to lose my shit.
Run the ball. You got 7 minutes left. There is no reason to panic and deviate away from you have the lead.
People understand that Bennett threw that ball up because of the passing of the offsides. It wasn't like they tried to do that. There was an offsides and he did the Aaron Rodgers, right? He just threw the ball up in the air.
Game it out, Ty.
So 19-18 right now, Georgia marches down the field and scores. They have a decision to make because if they go for 2 and if they get the 2-point conversion, the game's sort of over. It becomes a 2-score game at that point, 9-point game.
Yeah.
They don't get it. It's a 7-point lead. Bryce Young marches down the field. Suddenly we've got heroics, touchdown, extra point. We go to overtime. It's at that point, I don't even know what the score would be. 25-25.
It'd be
next point
26.
26.
I think you're looking at 26.
26. The over-under was 52.5.
52.5, yeah.
Just right on the number.
Man.
And then the next point wins.
I think Georgia goes for 1 because you would want to trust your defense in a 2-point conversion situation, right? Like you would say, my strong suit's my defense. Let my defense stop Alabama at 2 points.
I do kind of like the idea of going for 2 to try to go up 9, though, because if you don't get it, you're still up 7. And then then I'm telling my defense, we trust you to get a stop. I am trusting you down the stretch of the last, at that point, we'd probably say it's maybe 5 minutes, maybe 4 minutes at that point. I'm telling my defense, I trust you to get a stop, not give up 75 yards on this last drive. So if you get it, oh my God, to go up 9 with 5 minutes left,
you win. In this game, you win.
In this game, it feels like you win. Yeah. I like the risk-reward balance there. And again, this is what analytics are. Analytics would tell us, whatever analytic research is on this particular situation would tell us X% of the time, if you go for 2, here's the success rate, and here's the winning rate of a team that's up by 9 with this much time.
Well, I mean, it's a 50-50 typically going for 2. We know that. And then obviously if you're up 9 with 4 minutes left, you're probably going to win. I'll just say this. I agree with that, but it also depends on what the 2-point play you have drawn up is.
Do you trust your best 2-point play? That and they've already gone for it on 2-point a couple of times tonight. So they've shown their best play. Yes. You always go in with maybe 3 or 4 of these plays in your playbook. How many you practiced, who knows? Maybe at least 2 or 3 that you feel confident in. But you're going further and further down the list of 2-point plays that you're like, I feel good about this one. I feel good about this one. Maybe we rehash one of them with an adjacent play or an adjunct play to it. But you have to trust your 2-point play right now if you're going to go for it. Yeah, great point, Jeff.
So we got a lot of folks tuning in right now. Admittedly, we are very appreciative. And
aren't there like 2-point cards online?
There are, yeah. Like what percent? Like it's a to-go list, right? Or it's a go grid. You go, this situation, this score, this time. I feel good about it.
This many timeouts. Yeah.
So again, the analytics are the information that gives you the baseline of which to work, and then it becomes more important what Jeff was talking about. Do you have a feel for your team? Do you have a feel for the other team's defense? And do you have confidence in your play sets that you have and your play calls for these 2-point potential 2-point plays?
For the folks tuning in, we have a lot of new folks tuning in because the game is getting very tight here. 19-18, under 7 minutes left here in the national championship fourth quarter. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already.
Verballers.com, everybody.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Adam.
You run the same play that worked earlier.
I like play repeating. I really think more offensive coordinators.
Oh, I love it.
Like, I really appreciate offensive coordinators who are like, yeah, that works, and we're better than you at that, so let's do it again, and let's keep doing it. Yeah. And if you don't stop it, we'll take a break for a few plays and then go back to it or an adjunct play off of it. I just like people who are understanding of, hey, this worked, let's keep
I think they run the same play here, but to the other side.
Okay. So like an adjunct off of what they just ran. I love that.
No, they just ran inside zone.
But successfully.
But they should not pass the ball here if they have to. Like they're getting 4, 5, 6, 7 yards every play.
I mean, Alabama, I would imagine Alabama's been out there for a lot of snaps too, defensively.
Mm-hmm. I want to say Alabama was better against the run than the pass.
So Georgia's going straight
they were
straight play cards on their arms today for everyone. Running backs, wide receivers, tight ends.
So the coordinator's just calling in like 14 and everybody just looks down. Yeah.
Yeah. They're probably worried about sign stealing.
Yeah.
Well, just keep running the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just gash them. Just keep gashing them. Keep burning time off the clock. Even if you don't score on this possession, if you can take 4 more minutes off the clock and you punt inside the 10, that's a huge victory for you.
Oh, I mean, that defense is just the ultimate luxury too.
I mean, you're in such a good position here as long as you don't do something stupid. You don't turn the ball over and you don't run a bad play that's going to save time for Alabama.
Jeff, when you're in this situation as an offensive lineman, are you feeling momentum?
Oh yeah, it feels great.
How are you feeling in this spot?
Feels awesome. You just keep hoping they call runs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have to pass block. I
Yeah,
don't have to be on my heels when a 275-pound defensive end is coming at me. Awesome.
And you can this score is too tight to feel this yet. But like if you're up like 10 points, 14 points at this moment, you kind of see the soul leave the defender's body.
Sure.
Mhm.
It's kind of fun. This is not happening now. Oh my God, they have like a prayer circle with Georgia fans. That's hilarious. What is it? This is like legit prayer.
That looked like the Road Dog and or what was it? Who am I thinking of? Animal and Hawk.
Yeah.
Jeff, you think Mario Cristobal is breathing into a brown paper bag? He's so excited watching Georgia win like this.
Yes.
Oh my God, they're doing it like I would do it. Oh my God.
It's funny. Alex Maribel, the offensive line coach there now from Oregon, said in an interview, like basically, you could cut off my arms and legs if the offensive line is the weak point of the team. And I was
a quote!
I was like,
what a
that's
quote!
O-line quote.
Yeah.
I sent him a gif of Lieutenant Forrest Gump talking to Lieutenant Dan about his legs. So I hope you don't lose your legs, Coach. It's funny, man. It's so cliche. Oh boy, Will Anderson.
Blocking Will Anderson, like it just seems like there's holograms playing right tackle.
It seems not fun.
No,
How's that not interfering?
No. So I don't love that play, but it's a nice byproduct. It's a nice break that they just got. Like they're going to get a pass interference out of it. And again, you know the other thing I didn't like there, Jeff. And again, I might be way off here. So after the injury, they set the ball and they reset the clock and the play clock. And then they say the referee blows the whistle and the play clock starts from 25. And
they should have waited.
And the game clock starts as well. They had 25 seconds.
Yeah.
They could have burned 20 more seconds off the clock.
They should have waited.
I don't understand.
So I think this is where the headset communication between the NFL and college is so different, right? Because in the NFL, you just tell the quarterback that, like, just wait.
Right.
In college, you don't have that luxury. Like Stetson Bennett right now, his butt is probably this big.
8, 9.
Oh,
sure. It's like this. Oh my God, this guy just dove over the pile. That was so great. And I just think that like you just don't like you just line up and go. Like he's thinking like line up and go, just line up and go, just line up and go. Don't screw it up. This lineman just went flying on this play. I love it.
That was bad tackling.
Low man wins.
So good.
Low man wins unless they slip forward and dive into the turf. All right, so here now you got it all the way down to 5 on the play clock. All right, they're going to call timeout, but like you just burned 30 extra seconds. Like that's great. The clock should be at like 3.5 right now. But you want to talk about tight, Jeff? I think Kirby is just as tight, if not tighter than
Kirby's
Stetson,
insane. Right? Why do college coaches have to act this way on the sidelines? I don't get it.
I don't understand it.
Like they're so intense.
In a bad way, and I shouldn't say in a bad, but like in a way I can't imagine.
Counterproductive way.
Yeah, and it's not conducive to keeping your guys calm in the scariest moment of their lives for a lot of them. You know what I mean?
You can only act that way if you're perceived as the king.
And college lets you do that, right?
Yeah. 4 minutes.
So my 3 bets right now were White plus 900, White over Robinson rushing yards plus 239, and Georgia money line minus 105. Those are 3 I got tonight. So I'm good on. Oh, he's short. Man. That's actually good though. Short.
Yeah, that's fine because now it's 3rd and 1, and the clock keeps moving, or you force Alabama to use a timeout, and you can just sneak it for a first down.
I would just give it to your running back. I would
or just run power or run dive, whatever keeps it in the middle of the field with the guy that you trust the most. Yes.
Stetson Bennett is not the guy who he should be.
Yeah, agreed.
They ran RPO.
They ran Joe Moorhead.
Oh my gosh!
They called OPI. They called OPI.
Yeah, they called OPI rub route. Is that a rub route?
No, the guy was walking down the field too soon.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
that's a Bennett just like hit himself twice.
No, he thinks it's a hands to the face.
He thinks it's hands to the face.
Bama guy does not look happy. Now Georgia's celebrating. Wow.
They went RPO. I love it.
That was definitely a Moorhead call.
So now we're going to get our answer here. You go for 2, you go for 1.
Assessed on the kickoff. Yep. So they assessed that penalty on the kickoff, and now it's tie. The tie.
It's happening.
The tie problem. The tie problem, as we refer to it. It's commonly known as the Hildenbrand Initiative. Let's show who is that gentleman that is a little older.
They're kicking. Okay.
All right. So they're gonna go up. They're gonna
Jeff,
go up
you
8.
called it. Jeff called it. Right. Makes sense.
I got it.
Yeah.
Trust your defense.
All right. So you're up 8. Yep.
Assessed on the kickoff, so it's going to be.
You should have a touchback.
Yep.
Alabama's got all 3 timeouts.
Bryce Young. A dearth of game-breaking wide receivers, but still plenty of playmakers because it's friggin' Alabama.
Oh man! So they were reading. Who's 10? The linebacker?
Yeah, it's Tioto, right?
Oto, yeah.
Well, they brought pressure. He just got it off. Wow.
Yeah, he's a short dude too. He's like 5'10" and a half.
Stetson Bennett, by the way, now up to 17 of 26, 224 and 2 touchdowns.
He's the MVP,
oh my
right?
God, that was such a dumb.
That was just like the Georgia play earlier.
Yeah.
Like that's not a smart play to make.
That's their safety, Jordan Battle.
Like, and I understand it. You're not going in there being like, "Oh, I'm pissed and I'm gonna hit Stetson Bennett to send a message." You're hoping that your hand gets to the right spot,
right?
And like magically, you get a Maradona play where you make contact with the ball and tip it into the air, and one of your teammates, magically appears behind you to pick it off. Like I
hand
get
of God.
you get a hand of God moment. Like I understand that's what you're hoping for, but you can't. That's another thing. Like you're a 22-year-old kid who's been practicing the same thing rep after rep after rep, the same technique, same fundamentals, and now this moment shows up, and you're like, I got to do something extra. I got to do something extra.
The accountant-looking QB is going to win the MVP if the score holds.
Yeah. Has he gotten better as the game's gone on?
Yes.
I feel like he has.
Yeah, I mean,
oh my God, they kicked off from like the 35.
Yeah, it's from like the 50, basically. Yeah. Perfect time for the All-State Good Hands Field Goal Net Program promo.
Do you ever get nervous when you have to read those mid rolls at him in the middle of a?
I get cleaning lady.
If we get to this point in the game, I'm like more annoyed by them than anything else. I was like, really? You couldn't have done this in the third quarter or in the second?
Because
like,
you have to modulate your tone of voice, right?
You have to like reset. Here's what I'll say. Like if it's just been a big moment, you kind of have to like take a breath and like calm down. Then you go, well, we have a moment. We'll
the cleaning lady on
Fox. Yeah, Fox. I had to do that with. We had to do Call Me Cat, the season premiere with Mayim Bialik tonight on Fox.
By the way, have you noticed that that Al Michaels hates doing those so much? Every time he does it, he just decides like, oh, well, coming up on NBC, there is
I'll tell you what my favorite one of the entire season was Jim Nantz. I believe on Thanksgiving, Raiders and Cowboys having to read the South Park like COVID pandemic special on Paramount Network, and he goes, Stan, Kyle, Cartman, and Kenny. Like all the Cartman.
Cartman.
The show's been on air. The show's been on the air for almost 30 years.
Oh my God, I like that.
Man, middle of field. Wow, nice call.
All right.
It's 2.5 minutes. 3 timeouts. You got plenty of time.
The old NCAA out and in.
The old
Texas route. The little Texas route.
Yeah. Half back in.
I love Texas route.
That's they call them the Texas route.
Yep. Wide open. Nice throw. Still haven't seen Bryce Young move with his legs yet.
You think they kind of limited him in that sense? Is that something that
Georgia's
done
really,
well, or is that
it's not really his game?
Okay.
You know, I mean, they're not really taking him on the run that much, but he can, and he has when plays break down.
What have you guys thought of Bill O'Brien's season and then tonight compared to tonight?
I think tonight's much better than I thought against Cincinnati.
Yeah, he was weirdly passing it a ton against Cincinnati, given their success on the ground.
But that run play, they just wasted like 40. I mean, it's college football. It doesn't really matter, I guess. The time is like so relevant in college football. Like they stop the clock every first down.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of the first down clock stoppage. I think it's a lot of benefit to give to an offense.
There's my boy Latu. He's going to go over 100 yards in this game.
If this game goes to 3 overtimes and they do the stupid
2-point conversions,
I can't take it.
Oh, great close by the safety.
they're in a double coverage off his back foot. Got real lucky.
Still hit the guy in the hands too.
Mm-hmm.
Deserving Heisman winner, Bryce Young.
I mean, it was just a down year. I mean, I guess you could have given it to Stroud. You could have given it to Anderson, Hutchinson.
I mean,
there's nobody that separated.
Hutchinson might be the first guy off the board, right, in the draft.
Yeah, because Anderson's
not
eligible. Yeah. Deep. Well, it was a good throw.
Almost tried to grab it one hand and almost had it too.
Mm-hmm. To Corey.
Like this is where they miss Mechie Williams.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, no, he's open. I mean, he's got to go with 2 hands. He can't,
Did Mechie get hurt in the SEC title game, or did he get hurt in the Auburn game?
SEC game.
SEC game. Okay.
Yeah.
Seven's got to catch that.
I
It's a
don't.
good throw.
Did he need to? Did he need one hand, or could he have made that with 2 hands?
I thought
He
he could have gotten
could
his
easily
second
cut
hand
with
up.
2 hands.
Yeah.
Hit him in the middle of the forearm. Evan Neal's a freaking
Oh, that's it.
Oh, wow.
Game. And he's got a convoy. He's got a convoy.
Go down. Nah, screw it. Whatever.
No.
Yeah, just take it. You're not. There's no way in hell that you're going down.
No.
You're taking the touchdown.
Georgia did it. Wow.
That's 33-18. 51
points. Oh my gosh, you're still in it. Underbetters, you're still in it. What if Kirby's like, hey, go for 2 here? Fuck it, go for 2 here.
Kirby Smart gets NIL money too, baby. It's sponsored by DraftKings. Fuck you.
Yeah. Kirby Smart's like, hey, I just got the FanDuel text. I need. We gotta go for 2 here, guys.
Wow.
Is it the year of the dog in 2022?
No, it's the year of. I looked it up. Tiger? What is it?
Yeah, you're the Tiger. Oh, that's fun. Wow, we should go back and see if that is matched up with any national champions, each of the Chinese New Year animals.
I have to go record my own podcast.
Good
night, guys.
Jeff, you've been incredible.
Jeff, take
what
it
a
easy,
season.
man.
Have fun tonight, everyone.
Go Ducks.
Yes, hopefully we can play Georgia well.
Yay.
In 7 months.
It's going to be difficult.
All right. Yeah, you think? All
All
right,
right,
guys. Have a good night. Bye.
Take it easy.
Oh wow. Oh, now it's a triple here.
A menage.
What is happening? How do I do this?
I don't know.
Why is this happening right now?
We can change. Let me see if does this.
Oh,
change
okay.
anything?
There's the formation.
There it is. We can do that.
I'm still holding the whoopee here. Kirby Smart is truly entertaining if I don't have to be coached. Yeah, even he was saying go down.
Well, I feel good for Georgia.
Sure.
I feel good for Georgia being in this position because they had an opportunity in the SEC title game to deliver the knockout blow. It did not go well. A lot of the narrative going into this game was, and Adam and Dan, obviously, you guys have both heard this, but it's difficult to beat a team twice, especially in college football.
Oh, Stetson Bennett crying.
Wow.
So here we are, 33-18, under a minute. I think our conclusion here is pretty much that Georgia's going to win the national championship. An incredible season.
By the way, I give this game 4 jacked Chris Fowlers. If you look at the screen,
Yeah.
Adam, I mean, 4 out of 5 jacked Chris Fowlers. I do.
Have I told you that I've been the only other person in a gym with Chris Fowler?
Oh my God, I want to know everything.
So the last national championship game I covered was the LSU Clemson game in New Orleans in at the start of 2020, and the night before the game, we were going to Commander's Palace. It's one of the best places like in the country, like one of the greatest restaurants you can go to. So if you go to New Orleans for any games, like I highly recommend it. Call ahead. And I knew we were gonna have like an all-out dinner with the creme brulee and the bananas Foster made right at the table and all that stuff, right? So I was like, I got to get a workout in. I need to work out. I mean, there's no chance anybody's going to be at a hotel gym at 6 o'clock on a Saturday night in New Orleans the weekend of the championship game. No shit.
Au contraire.
Au contraire, folks. I go into the gym and I hear one person clearly like smacking the iron on back. He's owning the gym.
Is he a grunter?
He is a grunter. He is the owner of that gym. He owns that gym.
He wants fuel and fire and everything you desire.
Absolutely. Somebody said Commander's turtle soup is the best. Yes, get the soup sampler. Phenomenal, by the way. There's like 3 soups that you should get. It's like a gumbo, the turtle soup, and one more. I can't remember. Just get them all. It's a sampler plate. You won't be disappointed. But yeah, he's a grunter, huge, jacked. Like, you all know the stories. He's all the credit. God bless you, man. You're in great shape for anybody, let alone for somebody your age. Great shape for anybody. I give him all the credit in the world. But man, it was intimidating being the only 2 guys. And we don't talk much because we're on Saturdays, you're all doing different games or whatever it is. Like, you never run into each other during the season. So he just kind of gives me the nod.
What's up? Yep.
He just kind of gonna give me the nod.
Yep.
And he goes right back to like, he basically looked at me like, yeah, go ahead and enjoy the view, buddy. I kind of had that feel to it.
I'm curling your body weight right
now. Yeah, you see these dumbbells? I could curl you just the same.
Yeah. Wow.
And to his credit, as he, the venerable professional that he is, iPad on, had his board in front of him at the end of it. He goes to the treadmill or whatever, the elliptical afterwards, doing his cardio cool down. And to his credit, he's watching tape, looking at his boards and all that stuff. So I give him all the credit for that.
Grinding
it out, physically and mentally.
Game's not over.
Can you imagine if there were a scenario?
Touchdown, onside touchdown? Is that where we're going with this?
Quick strike, onside, 15 seconds left to throw a Hail Mary.
If you took the over or under, you are on pins and needles.
Oh, yeah, right now, this is danger. This is incredible danger zone.
Who's 7?
Is that not Brooks?
Brooks, yeah, Brooks. Okay.
Like, what if Stetson Bennett, he's been so I appreciate the emotion a lot. It would really suck now because all they've shown for the last 3 minutes is crying Georgia players, and then Alabama touchdown onside, get it back, and just see what the emotion.
They would have no chance. Like. They'd have no chance. I would jump in on the live line quicker than you can possibly imagine. But with 39 seconds left, it's sort of hard to envision.
Or when Bryce Young is getting mauled by 3 Georgia defenders.
By the way, nothing better than Bud Elliott tweeting about why he got cable to grab live lines quicker than people who have streaming services because of the 1 minute delay and the lines disappear.
Yeah. That's a very Bud tweet.
Yeah.
I love Bud. We should have had Bud on. We'll get Bud on soon.
Yeah.
In the off season. Yeah. Bud's a good dude.
Oh man.
What'd they call here? Roughing or intentional grounding?
Grounding.
Yeah, no receiver in the area, I guess.
Yeah, grounding.
Immediate duress and no receiver in the area.
How often do you go through and read the rule book, Adam?
Beginning of the year for sure. and I have a file that I keep on my iPad of just it's just tabs of different rules. And the thing that I tried to do maybe 5 years back for college, and I did the same thing for the NFL, was try to find scenarios where 1 or 2 sentences can clarify what a rule means to a fan.
So in a
that's
game,
why it's nice to have Dean Blandino, because then he can give you the second and third layers of it.
In a game, are you like pulling up that tab and reading something that you've written, or are you just going from memory?
Once you get into later in the year, it's a lot of it is from memory.
Right.
But those first like 2-3 weeks, you're like, wait, what is that again? What's the holy roller rule? What's the 4th down fumbler rule? How much time can be on the clock? All that stuff. So yeah, beginning of the year, a lot of like, there's like 3 or 4 days dedicated to just looking at rules and just trying to come up with stuff that makes it simple.
What app are you using on your iPad?
I use Microsoft OneNote.
Okay.
So
so you're a cloud guy, big on the cloud.
I'm big on the cloud for that. Yeah. So I have I do my game notes, my personal like game sheet for each team on OneNote. And so that's all on my iPad in game. And then you have like your physical, board that's printed out and all that in front of you with highlights and notes on it. I'm strictly here for the total now. Like this is I don't gamble on games. But this is fascinating to me.
Oh.
Last time out, 28 seconds.
That's gonna leave a mark.
That's tough. I wonder what the fan like split is in Indy for a place like this.
60-40. That's a Mama H report.
You think Georgia or Alabama for Mama H?
Georgia.
Okay.
It was 60-40 Georgia. Yeah. She's not there in Indy, by the way. She
no, but she's eyeballing it. I respect it. It's like, no, I eyeballed it.
She's especially adept at deciphering between maroon and red.
Maroon and red, jelly beans in a jar. Very good at guesstimating.
Well, that's an important distinction when it comes to jelly beans. Those are 2 different flavors, folks.
That's true.
How about, Dan, have I told you my jelly bean story in a jar?
No, you nailed it at a country fair once or something? County fair?
No, there's a formula that you can use to guess.
I like how
maybe you have,
Did you go to the county fair? And
I've won the jelly bean in a jar thing no fewer than 6 times in my life.
What's the formula?
I'd have to look it up. I don't know it from memory, but it's been a while. There's a formula that you can use where you count the number of rows and then the number across, and you can guesstimate within about like 10 jelly beans.
Oh, that's cool. That's a very smart move. Yeah. It's not like there are pockets that aren't going to be filled. It's not like sections of that. It's all
no. It's about rows. You guess rows and then how many across, and then
look. I'm all about
it's a volume thing. Yeah,
storing mathematician formulas from childhood.
So this is strictly an over/under play right now. That's incredible.
That's it.
Yeah. All right. That's it. So it hits the under.
The under hit brick by brick.
Wow!
In the national championship game.
I feel like I should be going to a hardware store on a Saturday with you guys right now.
Georgia has done it. 33-18. Wow. The under hits. The Bulldogs hit.
Oh, the modern day guys.
Yeah.
JT Daniels and Bryce Young. Wow. Georgia did it.
Wow.
Nick's like, I've had this before. Enjoy your first, buddy.
Yeah.
And maybe your last.
Hey, looks gracious. That's nice.
Yeah, I respect it.
Well, there you go, boys and girls.
Wow.
Georgia Bulldogs are your national champion. One member of this dynamic podcasting duo did predict that Georgia would be the national champion.
Yep.
Thank you.
Built that pick brick by brick.
Yeah, sure did.
Yeah. I picked Alabama for this game for what it's worth. So I don't want too much credit, but it may be the first time I've ever gotten that right.
Yeah. And look, if you, Ty, or anybody, if you took the over of 50, what was it, 52 and a half?
52 and a half. Wow.
Take solace in knowing that you were, but that's not good enough. Not good enough.
I do need to take a photo,
please,
of my friend Molly McGrath doing this. I seemingly have lost my phone. That's okay. She knows she's on TV. I don't need to.
She's doing the.
She's on the Georgia. I think she's on the Georgia sideline, or she's talking to Kirby Smart right now, and then Holly is getting set to probably talk to Stetson Bennett or something.
I've been on this sideline before. Ty, you've been on the sideline. Adam, you've been on the sideline.
Yeah,
it's a fun thing.
We got to run into the middle of it. We got to run into the middle of the field when the game was over for our mega cast. We go straight to the middle. We talk to one person. Sometimes it's Quavo, as it has been in years past, and he's out there in the middle of the field too. And then we do like a little hit, and then we're out of there.
What Braves and Dogs, same year. Nice.
Yeah. Pretty good run
here in Georgia, right? Braves won the World Series.
Braves won the World Series, yeah, absolutely.
Without Ronald Acuna.
Yep. The Falcons made it to the Falcons. Please, not the Falcons.
No,
come on. Surely you jest.
Hawks made it last calendar year to the finals.
They made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. Lost to the Bucks. I want to say
lost to the Bucks. Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah, Georgia Tech hung with Clemson. I don't know where the silver lining is with Georgia Tech. But hey, that's pretty cool. Clay Helton is a coach now.
Clay in the great state of Georgia.
Yeah. All right. I don't know what we have to add. We're 4 hours in.
Yeah, we are about 25 seconds away from an even 4 hours of being live.
Yeah. My colostomy bag has filled.
Yeah, I was gonna say you have not moved. I moved once to get a refill on the beer. Here is the deal for anyone watching. Dan and I are going to take a brief break, very brief, and then we're going to record our recap podcast, which will be available publicly tomorrow at 6 a.m. on the public RSS feed for those nerds out there who care about such things. But for our Patreon subscribers, everballers.com, you'll have immediate access to not only the video, but the audio. I'm going to institute a house rule here, Dan, that we're not going to edit this one tonight. We're just going to go off the cuff.
Yeah. One take.
But it has been a pleasure to do this for the last 4 hours.
Yeah.
Big thanks to Roger Sherman, obviously Jeff Schwartz, Adam Amin. Thank you for hopping back into the college football arena with us.
Thanks for having me, boys. I appreciate it. I'll let you guys close out on your own, but thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
All right, dude. Thank you.
Pleasure. Anytime. All right. Adam Means the best. Jeff Schwartz is the best. Roger Sherman's the best. Ty Hildenbrandt was not able to seek it out doing one take, but I got you. He had to take a break, but
nobody's perfect. I mean,
some of us. I'm not going to play the Home Depot sound again. Yeah, we love Adam, Dan, Klobuchar. I always want to say Klobuchar. You guys are the best. You guys stuck with us. You guys are streamers. You guys are verballers. You guys are everything. And this season was incredible. We are going to do the recap show, as Ty mentioned, momentarily. But I don't know. There's the new Oregon coach. Is he wearing an Oregon hat? No, he's not wearing an Oregon hat.
That would be a balls out move, right?
No, that's what.
Yeah.
I want to say Tom Herman in like the back of his when Ohio State won the national championship.
That's right.
Tom Herman had a Houston hat. That's what I was looking for, but I didn't see it. This is kind of like my favorite thing we do.
Yeah, it's pretty great. Do we want to say about a 10-minute break to get our bearings here? And then for those of you who are Patreon subscribers, we posted the link.
Yes.
Earlier on Patreon, we'll post it again on Discord before we go live. But my voice is still okay, surprisingly, for as feeble as it is. About 10 minutes. Let's go live. Let's do the recap show, and then let's put a bow on this season.
Done. Thank you, everybody, for watching. We truly love and treasure you.